Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have TJ Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. TJ Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of TJ Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because TJ Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
All right, y'all, we got a serious show tonight. I need everybody to strap in, get your coffee ready, get your drink, get your nightcap or whatever. The Trigger Mike Show, serious topic going on tonight. Keep your hands to yourself, stopping DV in relationships. I want y'all to go ahead and share this out to anybody you know that may want to partake in this discussion. We will be back after the timer, 10 minutes. Let's go. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Trigger Mike. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Trigger Mike Show. This is a special one coming on Sunday night. All right, one that we got to talk about. I'm gonna start doing Sunday night shows. I'm gonna test out some different things, some different pilots. This is not really, to compete with anybody. I just got to find different times to stream because your boy be working. And of course, that's what the weekdays are for. I work from home, but with great power comes great responsibility. I got a lot of things I need to fix at the job. Naturally, when you make suggestions, and I got to tell y'all this in the workforce, don't make suggestions if you're not willing to lead the team. All right. I spent a long time making suggestions. Then they let me know why they hired me. And I couldn't play the back no more. Like, oh, damn. They're like, we hired you to be the star, the change maker. We need you to make some change. And I was only reluctant to do it because I knew I'd had to be leading the team and I had other things to do. I had my business, I had YouTube and all of that. Because I was skating working the nights. I would basically be operational really early in the morning, getting all this type of stuff out, commenting on projects, what people need to do. And nobody would bother me in the afternoon, all afternoon long. So I just stream and then I get back on in the evening after, programming with my children, picking them up and all that type of stuff. So nope, not anymore. They want me in leadership conference over here. I just left a 2-day leadership conference on Thursday and Friday. They want to make me a certified whatever. I was like, God damn. It's time for team leadership. So you'll see me on the Trigger Mike Show, but you'll see me on odd times. I'm going to do Sunday and Monday night. I'm going to try to do Wednesday day or night, then maybe Thursday and Friday day. But yeah, man, it's good to be back with y'all. It's good to be here. As usual, we got a topic for you, man. And I want to give a special shout out. Let's pay some bills right now. Shout out to the sponsor, T. Shanley, 30% off along with a free gift. Please, the link is down in the description. Get that uncomplicated skincare for men. As you can see, this dark and lovely right here. All right, don't play with it. Yes, I did let the gray grow back in. I had that conference, so I stopped Rick Ross in it. I cut it low, and I debulked my sides and I put on my nice watch because it was with the corporate folks. So you gotta look presentable. For those of y'all that don't agree, you just holler at me, okay? You gotta look presentable. Your version of clean shaven. This is clean shaven for me, okay? Low beard. All right, manageable. Hair, tapered sides or faded. All right. But yeah, once again, shout out to the sponsor, Tiege Hanley. I definitely use that Tiege to make my skin pop during those conferences. And among my colleagues, I was the star. It's very easy for y'all. I want y'all to have a new perspective on life, black men. If you are a charismatic black man with a little bit of charm and good English, boy, you can work your way through this world very easy. And I'll teach you how. Patreon coming out very soon. I said I would have it out by the end of the year, and I haven't started it. But those things never really, once I started, they never really take time for me. So yeah, I'm glad to see everybody here. I see people already participating in the chat. Thank y'all for coming through. We got a serious topic today. All right, this topic is called Keep Your Hands to Yourself. Now, let's not mince words let's not beat around the bush about why we have this topic. Everybody knows why we have this topic. This topic is especially important. Not that it occurs more. I don't have the data to say it occurs more. If you do, please share your source. I don't have the data to say it occurs more in the black community, but we tend to have issues with our perspective. And on this particular topic, we want to start to give solution-oriented dialogue. I want solution-oriented broadcasts. I want to stop the bleeding, so to speak, on this particular topic of domestic violence and DV. We are going to make sure that we are spreading truth, helping people, and providing solutions, talking about what's real. All right. Too many false narratives out there about this particular topic, and we're going to get down to the bottom of it. So This topic is called today, keep your hands to yourself. Now, what is the basis of this? So I see somebody very early on when the link was dropped or when the broadcast came up. He said, "No, we're not doing that. Leave that Keke Palmer shit alone. Stay out of it until all the facts are out there. Learn from other lawsuits because it's money involved and a motherfucker looking for a way." So, knowledgeable King Judah, we're not making any assumptions about what happened with Keke Palmer. So I want to make that known right now. We're not making assumptions about what happened with that lady, but it's easy to see that what happened with her has overreaching implications in the community in general. People start drawing or taking sides. This is very dangerous, a very dangerous thing to do without all the evidence. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say one incident doesn't tell you a whole story. Anybody who has ever been a part of this has witnessed this going on, or unfortunately has been a part of it yourself. If you are being objective, you know there's always more to the story. And we're trying to get down to the bottom of that. I need the people who are not scared to have dialogue on hard topics such as this to come on up. You can participate in the chat, which is always welcome. But I want you to come up and tell a story. This is not to attack people. So when you see the questions that we have lined up tonight, I brought some help because I want a female perspective on this as well. When you see the topics we have, the questions that we have tonight, you will notice this is a mature, solution-based show that we have for you tonight. So I hope y'all get with me on that. I'm gonna bring Dee up. What's going on, Dee? Welcome
Hey,
to you.
hey.
How was your evening? How was your weekend?
It was wonderful. It was peaceful.
It was peaceful, wasn't it? What's the weather like where you at?
It's cold now. I'm not feeling it.
That bipolar weather. Look, this is what I did. Okay, just on a lighter note, my ass came down there for homecoming like I always do. I bought some fly ass gear. This is one of the things I bought. Like, ooh, I get to go to cold weather because
Wait.
it's never in Houston. Man, I got there. It was 80 fucking degree. I was pissed. It always does that too. So then I
Every
leave.
time.
Look, 2 weeks later, it's cold. Damn.
Well, you know we good for it.
Nah,
We're
that
gonna have
bipolar
all
weather.
4 seasons in a week.
Definitely. It's all good. But yeah. So thank you for coming through to talk on this show. I asked Didi to do a show with me, and she jumped out like, "We're gonna talk about this shit right now." She was fuming, so I had to wait for her to calm down a little bit, and then I told her we're gonna have the mature discussion. I wouldn't, I play around with you a lot. I call you a terrorist on the show, but I actually believe you have a lot of objective opinions, and you will share those opinions when asked, and I believe you will do the same on this topic. Am I right?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, cool. So let's see who we got in the chat real quick. Let's say what's up to them, then we're gonna dive into it. Knowledgeable King Judah, thank you for coming through. As always, marriage, politics, and sports, Mr. Rich, thank you for coming through. Jill's Chocolate Boutique, my birthday was awesome. My wife bought me Burna Boy tickets. We're gonna go see Burna Boy on the 17th. I'm gonna be lit in there. They better bring the Nigerian beer. My ass done got big. I don't know if I can get me in Agbada, but I'm gonna be Burna Boy ain't gonna be able to touch me in the native clothing. I'm gonna tell you that. Dale Matthew, what's going on, my guy? Reckless Ray, what's up, Chief? How you doing? The Seds in the building. What's up? Produced by Incarnate. What's up, my man? What's up? All right, Rasharda, you ready for the convo? Okay, we got a lady to keep it balanced because I'll I'll tip the scale on my side real quick. I know I do that shit, so I had to get a lady in here. All right, what's going on, Black Man? Oh, Black Man gonna come up on this. I know he gonna come up and share his knowledge on this. So we have some questions that we want to talk about on this particular topic in general, and I'm gonna go right into it. We're gonna get to the meat of it right bright and early. Okay. Is DV more of a problem in the Black community? Why or why not? I'm gonna go first. Actually, I'm gonna go first. I'm gonna say absolutely not. It is not more of a problem in the Black community. What I think ends up happening is that we have a lot of loose lips in the black community, and we have a lot of loud people too. And we don't keep our business in-house. We haven't done it for a very long time. Now, this is not to say that people should be quiet about abuse, should be quiet about DV. The issue more so is that we tell things more on a visibility standpoint to gain attention to or draw attention and sympathy to our cause. In that particular standpoint, we have no shame, men and women alike. We have no shame. We will tell our business out. And that's why I think to some black people, and I've heard people say it, men and women alike, this is more of a problem in the black community. I've heard people say it, and I don't believe it at all. If you knew how some of these white dudes get down, and I'm not projecting blame anywhere, if you knew how some of these white dudes got down, if you knew how some of these Asian dudes, y'all don't even so they are the opposite of us. They don't tell none of their business. And if you knew how these men get down and carry out discipline in their houses, nobody would be saying that this is more of a problem in the black community, but it is a problem in general. All right. But go ahead, Didi. What are your thoughts? Is DV more of a problem in the black community? Why or why not?
I personally believe that DV is a problem more in the black community, and I feel like this is a lot of times based off of lack of resources. When people don't have much, people are more antsy. They are more likely to be a little bit more volatile because they don't have much to lose. Life's pressures got people a little bit more triggered and anxious, and these situations are more likely to happen when you're not doing well.
So I think you definitely, you can't disagree. I can't disagree with that. You will see more DV-like behavior and lack of self-control. It's almost like something that comes with poverty. Is that what I hear you saying? The more impoverished the people, the more you see this type of, this rude kind of, lack of self-control behavior. I'm with you there. But I think the other side of it is cultural. So, it's also in some cultures that men put their hands on a woman. So you think that the poverty behavior that is prevalent and very much so common in the black community is more prevalent than the cultural beating of wives in other cultures?
Well,
If you had to
I
put,
don't. I think it's about what and what. I think both of them are contributing factors, and I think even for us culturally, it still is some contributing factors. A lot of us are used to hearing the stories of people, older generations in our family, catching each other's cheating and fighting the people or fighting the whoever the mistress or the other guy was. We've heard of these little stories when whispers of those over time. So I think it's kind of been just the culture, just period, in America.
all right. So wait. We have a culture. You're saying we have a culture of beating women in America?
Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't up until recently that these things were even outlawed. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was very recent that you could legally beat your wife. It was very recent that you could legally, have sex with them and rape and everything else.
We're gonna say
Up
great.
until the last few years, well, great, excuse me, you could sexually do these things without legal penalty up until recently. So that's why I say yes.
So you bring up a good point on that. When this point is brought up, I usually have a follow-up question. I understand fully and wholeheartedly that some men are abusive. Some men they're like weak-minded, so they want to beat up on somebody and they'll choose their woman. Then I realize that it's cultural for some people. They think it's normal to do that if she gets out of line. But I always have some pushback on that. And here's the question I have. Do you think if given the chance to be without penalty, most men would be abusers, physically abusive to their woman? Because I don't think so. I'm gonna lay it out. I don't think most men would choose to lay hands on a woman. I think it's a loud minority, and the majority of men just a cool, chill ass dudes. They don't, they don't really want to do that. But what do you think? What are your thoughts?
I believe so. I believe when you give people the opportunity to do something, a lot more people will take advantage of an opportunity. And some people don't take advantage of certain opportunities because of a fear of such penalties. Consequences deter
I
people.
really want to know what the chat. So, chat, please super chat your responses. I will read those aloud. Do we think that if given the chance and there was no penalty, most men would abuse their women? I don't think so. We got to go deeper into that. Here's why, but I'm going to go a little deeper. So, we're on opposing sides here. And for those of y'all asking me to drop the link, I will drop the link. We're going to have a little one-on-one discussion for a little bit, go through some questions. Then we are going to drop the link, and then people are going to come up and interact with us and talk about what we talked about. But I don't think people are going to do it. I think what tends to happen is that we have people that are unhinged. And usually what ends up happening, especially with social media, is that we take the most egregious thing that a man can do and we talk about it ad nauseum, right? So I think women communicate through complaint and through fear. So a large amount of times when they're talking about things that can go wrong in a relationship, they end up talking more about that than they do about the things that go good in the relationship. Good is normal, but bad is it's exciting. It's like, hey, make sure you watch out for this. They never tell a woman or a girl or anybody who's gonna be in a relationship coming up, all the great things. They're always, leading through fear. Watch out for this. Make sure he doesn't do that. And I think that's how we end up thinking ultimately that most men beat their wives or would hit their wives if they had the chance. I don't think most men would ever do it. But go ahead, your rebuttal.
Anytime that people have been given an opportunity to do things without consequence, they have more than willing been able to do so. When there is not a fear of consequence, people are going to strike. That's just how it has always been. People would still own slaves if it was legal. Like, it would be some of our own skin folk that own slaves if it was legal.
That's true.
So for that fact that when you give people an opportunity to have free will, a lot of people will use it.
Let's get to these super chats. Marriage, Politics, and Sports, $5 says, Mike, there is historical evidence that most men did not beat their wives. Now, I know that for a fact that is the truth, but usually the pushback, and then he has another one that says correcting his grammar. But when we say that there is historical evidence that has been reported that most men did not beat their wives, women will say, well, those women just didn't report it. So are you on that side that most women just did not report that they've been abused?
Well, I would have to, in order to agree with that, or even answer that further, I would have to agree with this supposed data that says the contrary. So I would first like to review the data that proves that it wasn't happening.
Mm-hmm.
Where does this come from?
I've seen several things on that from the 60s, and one was related to corporal punishment, and I didn't understand it because it had wives in there. But yeah, but it was older, so it had that strong head of household feel to it. So that one basically said most wives did not report that their husband had never touched them, in such a way. And that's what. But I'm a dad, right? I'm a dad. I'm a husband. And when I look at my general outlook for my family, and even being the first generation American born of an immigrant family, right? From Africa, you know how they get down. They'll go across somebody's head quick. But no, I've never had an urge. I also think rather, most men can't get away with abusing their wives around certain groups of men. That like I know we talked about consequences, but what I'm saying, what I think is, remember that when you are abusing somebody, you're abusing somebody's daughter. You're abusing somebody's sister. And unless they believe the same thing that abusive man believes, those men might come deal with your ass. So men always kind of succumb to consequences in the mind and say, even if that's one way I wanted to go about disciplining my wife, there are consequences for that may arise. So I'm going to think of another way to communicate what I got to go, what I'm trying to say to her. What do you think about that?
Oftentimes abusers don't operate like that. Abusers typically, if someone is very close with their family, an abuser will typically get you to alienate yourself from your family and your friends. They will get you to be by yourself so that way there won't be any interferences or, worrying about if daddy or brother or cousin, the crazy cousins will come after them because they've already got you to tear your drawers with these people and to stop dealing with them yourself.
That's real abuse. That's like gaslighter, manipulator, sociopathic abuse. So are we saying that is that's not most men though, right? That type of abuse?
Um, that's not most men, but that is most abusers.
Okay. I can accept that. Because when you say isolate you from your family, woo, that seems like what is it? Premeditated. Like those people that have a cycle of this going, that seems premeditated. All right, I'm gonna get the next question going. All right, this is another good one. What are the warning signs, men and women alike? Remember, I said in the little monologue that I don't look at abuse, and I think we need to stop looking at all types of abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, as a male thing. If I need everybody to be responsible, we have a responsible chat. We got educated people in this chat. I want y'all to go read. I want y'all to go read the stats on this. This is a problem. It's not gender specific. All right. So, what are the warning signs that someone may be physically abusive, male or female? So, if you're somebody who's been in a situation like this and you're brave enough to share with us, please share in the chat. But this is a solution oriented show. So, we want to know. I'm going to think about it for a sec, but I think you got some on this, Didi. What are the warning signs?
For me, some of the warning signs would be, the isolation tactics, warning you, creating problems in front of your people and stuff like that. So that way it'll make you like the black sheep of the family. Um, Public humiliation. These are tactics that abusers will use. Um, it starts with the little small things, the insults to an extent, that an insult that is based on something that you told them from a place of vulnerability or something like that, when they become insulting, and it's little things that let you know this person might be a problem down the line. Oh, also outright threats. You cannot, if someone tells you that they have had situations in the past where they have been physically gotten down with their previous partners and things of that nature, or even if they're telling you about certain family members that they have fought, it's not normal for them to fight family members either. This is also a possible sign that somebody might be physically abusive, especially at a certain age.
Damn. That's deep. That's deep. This is more so. So I'm noticing now that everything that you're talking about can also happen. This is the scary part. I think everything that you just said can happen in a covert manner where somebody can be hiding this, right? Isn't that common? Where they're this way to that person specifically when they're alone, but maybe when they get around that person's family, they might be acting a different way. Is that common?
Yes. Sometimes they
Okay.
can be very likable around the family, or sometimes they could just be complete douchebags and just making you uncomfortable about bringing them around your family because of the type of interactions that they may have. So it's like Make everybody uncomfortable so that way they don't get invited to the family functions, and that way you don't get invited to the family functions because you got this fool.
Damn. You know what? I'm not really very keen on warning signs. So what I can say through my experience and what I had a roommate that was in a DV situation that was way worse than what anything I had ever had going on. But one of the from this perspective, one of the things I can tell, and I realize men get no education on this. And what I can see now is that we actually need to teach and educate men. You can't just be saying she crazy, but I love her. She toxic, but I love her. There are warning signs that not even that she's somebody that might strike you, right? If it's a woman, it's warning signs that she's somebody who will set the situation up that you struck her. So men have kind of a weird thing going on. You cannot love people out of this behavior. I think we need to understand that from a woman's point of view, we can see from, having maybe this happen to our family members that I think women try to become more submissive to try to tease that behavior out of the people. Like they try to be more supportive. Maybe I can love them out of this behavior. I realize on both sides you can't do it. You can't love them out of behavior. You can't submit yourself to them more. There's nothing you can do to get this behavior out of somebody who wants to practice it. I think if we were to have a chance to guess at what would stop this behavior, it's leaving that person alone. Somebody has to lose. People never change when they keep getting what they want. That's not conducive to change at all. They have to lose not just one thing, they got to lose everything. The job, the reputation, all of that. So I think that's one big thing. As far as men are concerned, my roommate that had that DV situation, she threatened him a lot through text. This was the earlier days, sidekicks and whatnot, right? So she threatened him through text messages. Did the Amber Heard thing. Nobody's gonna believe you. They lived together, and he kept trying to break the lease. Like, look, he kept trying to break up, basically. So she wasn't gonna let that happen. I done gave my body to you. We're gonna get married. We're gonna work this out. Then when she was cool when he wanted to go along with that. Then when he decided, he played football for Norfolk State, by the way. So big dude. You would have thought anybody would have thought if a cop showed up and somebody said, big dude with dreads, you know what I mean? Oh, he hit her. They'd have took him, and that's actually what they did that time. She finally decided to throw herself into a wall and all that type of stuff. I was there for that, and they took him to jail. It was like one of the biggest injustices I've ever seen. But as far as warning signs are concerned, I'm trying to find the word for it. I've been trying all day. She was just manipulative. That's all it was, and I mean more so to where she's saying she's going to set a situation up. Nobody will ever believe you. If you leave me, this is what's going to happen. That type of person. So I think that characteristic is present on both sides. You got it.
Absolutely. When somebody tells you how crazy they are, believe them. It's not a game. It's not a joke. It's not nothing cute. It's not funny. If they're talking about how they had these previous situations with their other partners, it turned out like that. And if they saying that kept being the situation, they got more than one story about wilding out like that. This is in that person. You can watch that. Also, it is perfectly free to do a check on everybody. Do a background check. Do a check. Run their name through the.
I like that. Now that I seem like I think that we won't give this dating culture up. We won't give it up. Like, people love to date. They love to make their own choices. But if you're going to do that, I want them to do what you said. Because there's so many ways, relationships aren't working. This is an oversimplification, but it's because people don't know each other. They don't know each other for real. They're hoping, they're hoping this person is the way they were when they start dating. You hoping that person that way forever. But y'all don't know each other. You don't know this person's past. You don't know who beat on him. Him or her. that gave them this affliction of wanting to now be the abuser or the dominant person. You don't know who did that to them. So that background check thing is big. You got it.
Yeah, background checks. Also asking people about their childhood, finding out what did they see in their childhood. What was their childhood like? What was those formative years? What was going on for them? What is their relationships currently like with the people who they raised, who raised them?
Ooh. All right. So that's another one. That's actually a big one. What have you heard? Because going to childhood, black man, I got the link dropping. In fact, let me read the super chat. I got the link dropping. We're going to talk about some more questions, then we're going to open it up for a panel discussion. Marriage, politics, and sports, $20. Where is the data that most men have beat and raped their wives? That is the modern rhetoric from the feminist BS that says all women of the past were oppressed slaves that stayed with their husbands because they had to. He's kind of right. There is no data that says that actually occurred. And women stayed for a multitude of reasons. Not what we're currently saying. But let's not distract from it, because I think we're on a good. I've heard this childhood thing a lot, and I believe it. If it doesn't weigh the most, it weighs a lot. It weighs a lot. What warning signs can you tell if you were on a date right now and you got, or maybe third date, fourth date, and y'all start talking about childhood? What red flags would pop up for you that somebody may be physically abusive based on what they told you about their childhood?
They will outright tell you about the abuse that they witnessed, the abusive situations that they have witnessed. You'll notice in their mannerisms how their demeanor will change when having these discussions. Some people might get a little worked up about it. Some people might have a anger about it, and then other people will emphatically express, "I'm so against that. I would never do that," and stuff like that. And then you got those who will just talk about it. And then those are the ones who just talk about it. They might end up putting pause on you because they haven't expressed that they're emphatically against this type of lifestyle. And did they get any justice? And did they talk about, counseling and things that were done towards healing and coping with these things? If you can't really identify what their coping mechanisms were to this trauma, you might got a problem on your hands.
You know what? I will say, I'm trying to think of personal. I will say people that shrug off abuse. I think that's not only weird, that's kind of dangerous. People that literally shrug off like, yeah, Unc used to beat broke Auntie nose. It is what it is. She shouldn't got out of line. You see, you see what I'm saying? People that shrug off abuse, and I've seen it both ways. I've seen it from males. I've seen it from women, and I don't mean in the submissive sense. Like Amira used to get on here and be like, "Well, if you get out of line, your husband has a right to go across your face." I'm not talking about that. I mean where people have almost a trained understanding that it may happen, so just let it happen. I think that is kind of an indicative thing to where, nah, that's not normal. And one of the reasons I'll say it's not normal is because you never, even if you agree in small part, what's the scale we talking about here? What's normal? You see what I'm saying? What is normal to you? That is going to differ for very, very many people. What is normal to you? So you know how most relationships, especially when you're young, what is the bear hug? Like, stop you tripping, girl. Like, okay, if we talking about that, okay, maybe that'll happen a few times. Nobody gets struck, but it's throwing glass vases at somebody's head. The limit is breaking somebody's bone. The limit is leaving physical marks on someone. The limit. There's too much of a spectrum here for people to just be shoulder shrugging abuse off. Like, it is what it is. So I've had certain discussions. I think I met some of these people in the Navy, coincidentally. They came from very traumatic childhoods, and the reason it came up was because of everything we had gone through in boot camp, and some of them already having PTSD. We didn't even deploy nowhere yet, but they're in. And I was a corpsman, so they would come to sick call. I'm thinking they're coming for flu shot or something. No, they're coming to process some psychological feelings, and I'm pulling out, the notes like, let me write this, and they're just telling you, what they got going on, and I've noticed that a lot. Let me get this super chat real quick from my man HD Harrison Davis. Salute to you. Thank you for coming through on the discussion. So this is a good discussion so far. Let me get the next question. All right, ladies and gentlemen alike, I'm going to say this. The next question is, what are ways to safely leave an abusive relationship? So, not only physically abusive, but emotionally abusive. Those two things are likely in tandem at the same time. There's no way I believe a relationship can be physically abusive without also being emotionally abusive. I hope that's fair to say. So I don't know the ways to leave that type of abusive relationship. I made the mistake once of thinking I could love somebody through that shit. So you can go ahead. What do you think are the safe ways to safely leave an abusive relationship? Please join in the chat.
The safest ways to leave are, number one, leave in silence. Do not declare that you are leaving. Come up with a plan. Save your money. Do what you need to do. So that way, play it cool. Develop you a support system that is outside of those who you already know. Because people who you know might compromise your safety. You are more likely to be hurt or even deleted when you're trying to leave. So it's important to do this. You got one good shot to get out, and you can't play around with it. Once you are serious about leaving, be done. Let your yes be your yes and let your no be your no. But prepare yourself as best as you can. Save your money, move in silence. There's hotlines, there's groups. Invest in self-defense and protection of any sort that you can. Educate yourself on that. Move in secret. You know what I'm saying? If you got to go get you a burner phone, things of this nature, do that. But you do need to be clouded in secrecy. Be very careful about who you sharing your information about you leaving to.
So now that applies to a certain type of leaving somebody. That applies to a certain type of relationship. What do you think about somebody who can't really leave cold turkey? Y'all are intertwined with the same friend groups, that you are in the same city, that person knows where you work. Is it that'll kind of make it hard? I could see somebody doing all of that you live in a different city, they your parents live in a different area. He wouldn't dare go on their land and start raising trouble or causing trouble. You can make a clean break and all of that. But so for a certain type of relationship, the leaving in secrecy can absolutely happen. Is there another way to leave for people who don't have that option?
You're going to have to leave with the authorities.
Yep.
Don't be scared to call them people.
Yep.
But don't be trying to fight them people off for coming in to defend you either.
Oh shit. Wait. That right there. Hey, so that right there is actually very impactful. So what we commonly hear from big brothers, cousins, and stuff is like, how the hell this nigga broke my nose and you went back to him? I've heard that about. So I think you've spoken a little bit on this when we were discussing this previously. People go back to abusers a lot. Why is that? Why do we think that is?
Stockholm syndrome. There's a level of familiarity and comfort. And you know the old phrase of I'd rather deal with the devil I know than the one I don't.
Shit. So there's a
People be
psychological component to this shit.
yeah.
Damn.
It is a lot of times.
And this is one thing that I will say might I don't have the data for this at all. I am literally just speculating here. This is something I think may be more prevalent in the Black community because the cycle of trauma might be cellular. You see what I'm saying? I almost think that some Black women may feel bad for leaving that Black man like that, especially if they have children with him. A Black man may feel bad for leaving that Black woman, especially if he has children with her, even though one or the other may be abusive. I feel like that particular thing is deeply rooted in the Black community more than any other community. That's crazy.
Yes, that's the failure to not let society down and become a statistic. You know, those type of pressures are associated with it, and it's just like, okay, well, what am I going to do? Go where? Start over and do what? It's a lot to, you know, decompress and to think about and to move forward with. Especially the longer you're in it, the harder it becomes to build outside of it. Gotcha. And you have to end up unlearning a lot of this stuff.
Damn. So I would safe ways to leave. I told you the situation I had with my roommate that was a football player. For men, you have to make a clean break. Don't do what he did, and you were 100% right about that, Didi. Don't announce that you're leaving. This mug announced it, argued back, called me on the phone. That stuff is actually embarrassing. Now, while he was on the phone, he's like, "Come get me, dog. Come get my stuff." But what I would advise people not to do not get in the habit of trying to embarrass the other person or make final statements or have the last word. That is where a bulk of the argument and the physical stuff can start back, right? That's how those altercations start up. This person goes to work. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. We've seen all the movies. Women do it all the time. Pretend like nothing's wrong. Pretend like the argument is over. But you got your mind made up that you're gonna leave. Don't sit there try to have the last word. Don't try to let them know how you feel. Act like the argument is over. The situation is over. You'll see them when they get home, dog. I'll see you when you get home. I'll have dinner ready, whatever the case may be. Now I'm talking like children don't exist, and I think that's another element. I think that's another element that really handicaps both men and women. You either leaving your children if you're a man, because she likely is going to keep custody, or you're leaving your children without a father. Because because a man may be abusive to a woman, or a woman may be abusive to a man, may not necessarily mean that they're an abusive mother or father. And that's where this shit gets complicated. Didi has some technical difficulties. We'll wait for her to come back up. But chat, what are y'all thinking? What are your thoughts, man? This stuff is deep. This stuff is deep. This stuff is deep. So what are y'all thoughts? What are your thoughts? I'm going to bring the questions back up. I'm going to read them while we wait for Didi to come back up. But what are the ways to safely leave an abusive relationship? All right, we got you back.
All right. Sorry about that. Phone call came through.
No worries. That last question I had formulated, I didn't even like. So I'm gonna drop the link now. Anybody wants to come up, the link is in the chat. Please continue to send your super chat. Support the Trigger Mike Show. Please come back, Didi. For some odd reason, I think they like you, and it has nothing to do with the topic. So there's nothing I can do about that. So we're gonna keep that one going. But yeah, the link is dropped. I know Black Man wanted to come up. Marriage, Politics, and Sports wanted to come up. Snuggles, whoever that is, wanted to come up. So y'all can come on up. The link is dropped. Any personal stories you wanted to share on this particular thing and how it's related to some of the stuff we talked about?
Nah, not me. I don't have no personal stories. I personally have never had a situation where I was in a domestic violence situation with any of my partners. I did have one situation somewhat close to it. I guess we could consider that. But that was a family member of his, and I got into it, which was totally different.
Yeah, just so we're clear, I wasn't asking you. You do that? I wasn't asking. I mean, just somebody you know in the atmosphere, because that's really a
I got a
majority
lot
of
of
what.
friends.
Yeah,
I got a homegirl that keep getting her ass beat, and I keep telling her, stop telling these niggas that you done got your ass beat, because people will either take you through it again or they're gonna use it against you. So if you have gotten your ass beat by people before, don't tell nobody that shit. Don't tell your new partner
damn.
that.
Well, let me. I'm not playing devil's advocate. I wouldn't want to do that on this, but do you think it can come out in a form of something you don't want to happen to you? Because I can see how if that keeps happening to you in relationships, maybe on dates, you can disclose, I am really scared of people being abusive, and I need to know you're not that type of person. Do you think it might come out that
You
way?
do it another way.
Damn.
Do it another way. Show that you are capable of defending yourself, or show that you are loved and protected by many in your community, in your village. That you feel like you got a better opportunity of doing that than letting somebody know that you've been vulnerable. Like, I don't feel like it's okay to let people to be so vulnerable.
But is there only one way? There's not one way to skin that cat, though. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, DV, but I can see a woman doing that because a lot of times, and it's not just women, men do this too. And you go from one relationship to another, it depends on where your head's at. You tend to pick the same kind of people.
Yep, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the things that she says, if, okay, now I'm in front of a new guy, but he's out of the same kind of pool as the old guy. And so this might be her way of finding out, do you put your hands on a woman? I mean, I do see what you're saying, because a lot of people bring their trauma from one relationship to another. And you were right too, Mike. She might be afraid, but a guy can't give you some kind of verbal assurance he doesn't do it. You either know that the guy you're with is not a guy who puts his hands on a woman or not. He can't just tell you. That's an observation kind of thing. The first time y'all have a conversation, if he comes at you, even if he hits you or not, he'll reveal whether he's the kind of guy who might put his hands on you. For example, I've been married for a long time. I don't think my wife ever thought I would ever put my hands on her. I never even came close.
Yeah.
Because you know what I'm saying? Just think about it. I mean, I never came close to put my hands on a woman in any kind of dispute I've had with her in my whole life.
Well,
and not because I believe in these tropes that women shouldn't get hit if they hit you. It's just that I never get into those kind of altercations where I would think I'd have to. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't see it, but that's just where, I don't know. This is a deep conversation. It's good that you guys are talking about it, that, the way you are, but there's no real solution to it other than, as times get more desperate and people and the divide between men and women, if that keeps growing, I don't think anybody's safe. Like, men may be more physical to women. Women are definitely better at verbal abuse to men. There's very few men who can out argue a woman because they know how to take out the knife and cut out your spleen with words. Because especially if they know your weaknesses. And sometimes they don't hesitate in using it. So when I hear about verbal abuse, I don't think men are better at verbal abuse than women are. I don't believe that. Physical abuse, yeah. Verbal, I'm not so sure. So it's bad either way. And so your question on the floor, how do you get out of it? You got to have a support group to help you out of it. Because just like Dee was talking about, women tend to go back to these abusers, and it's hard for the person on the outside figuring out why. Why did you go back? And that's the age-old question. We're still asking that question. It seems like we need a psychologist up here to say, really, why do women go back? I mean, battered, bruised, broken arms, this and that. Why the hell would you ever go back into the lion's den? You know, and they just continue to do so. It's weird. I don't have the answer. We can speculate, but what's the real answer?
I've opened up the panel. Like, I know this is a sensitive topic, ladies, but we already got one lady brave enough to talk about it on the panel. This is something that we clearly need insight on. It's not a gender specific topic, and we want to hear it from both sides. The men can talk about the things that they've heard about, but we also want women to come fill in these gaps, because at the end of the day, it is a solution oriented show, and it's something that we need to stop. Do y'all remember this is a kindergarten directive? Keep hands, feet, and objects to yourself. You see what I'm saying? I don't think we can actually. All right, that's a lie. I don't think we should seek to gain compliance through corporal punishment, because there are multiple reasons people could be trying to hit people. One, unfortunately, is because they were hit and they think that's a way to communicate. Two, they are trying to overexert control on somebody who they perceive to be weaker than them, and that person is allowing it to happen, right? But either way, I don't think it shouldn't be your go-to. It's weak, no matter how you look at it. It's weak. Never once, and yeah, my wife has had times where she didn't, well, I would say, I don't know, listen to me or care. I didn't directly think if I go upside her head, she gonna. No, I'm like, let me figure out a way. You got to be more clever than that. I've never seen how we could get to physically putting hands on another person as a means to gain compliance. What do y'all think is wrong with people?
Can I answer that, Mike, real quick?
Yeah.
I'll be fast. I have 2 daughters, right? And one of the things I always thought about, I never spanked my daughters, right? Because, I loved them. I never wanted them to even think that part of my love came with corporal punishment. So if when they leave my nest and they cleave to another man, that it'd be okay in any circumstance for him to hit her. And then the next moment says, I love you, but this is how I need to put you in line. I didn't want to be the first man that they got that from. So I always had to talk to them and get the discipline that I wanted. And that made me better because I had to be a little bit more cerebral with my girls. So that's how I looked at that. And the other thing, since I'm like an old boomer and I always get shit for that, but I remember, but all my parents and uncles and aunts, they're from the silent generation. They were older boomers. They were married till one of them died. And, I saw a lot of tears at those funerals. I didn't see a lot of I didn't see any domestic violence, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. They just didn't do it in front of me if it was there. All I know is that the kids and the clans that came out of my cousins, first cousins, second, they were all close. When uncle passed away or aunt passed away or my own parents, it was like genuine tears at the thing. Nobody was like relieved. And a lot of those people never got remarried.
Hey, let me tell you.
So that tells me that there wasn't like a lot of abuse with those women being married to my uncles or vice versa. They were
but you should absolutely, let me tell you something. You should absolutely be using those as cues that there was not abuse. Let me tell you why. I have a family member in Africa that was known for his tactics. I'm just going to say it like that. He was one of those men where they hated him, but they felt sorry for him at the same time. That's just the way, because, the way they tell the story is, what do you think was done to him? His father was 10 times worse than he was, right? Mm-hmm. So it's just something that he carried, passed down, thinking that's what he had to do to his wives, plural, to his children, and raise them in that way and correct them in that way. When he died, there was not a outcry of support. Like, there wasn't a gathering of support. It was more of a good riddance type of thing. So you can absolutely take that as testament to say, oh, when people feel that way about someone, no, that's not really in droves. I mean, together they feel that way. Not one person who might have loved them through the abuse. No, when a bunch of people feel hurt and are doing the most to make sure they come honor this person, yeah, that's saying that this person did it the right way. They were not abusive. They loved their people the right way. Because this guy, when I tell you, they were like literally heard that he was Mama like hung up the phone. Click. Like it was nothing. When they grow up like that, or they have been witness to abuse like that, they are indifferent about that person. I ain't gonna say they hate him, but they indifferent about him for sure. Ashton, what's going on, my man? You on mute.
Trying to get it like you, big dog. You doing all right, Pain? You doing all right, Diddy?
What you got on it? I don't know why I almost felt some hesitation letting your ass up on this topic.
I know. I mean, me personally, I don't want to talk about abuse in the black home. It's kind of taboo. I mean, it's like a touchy subject. So I mean, I'd rather talk to another point that you talked about, Trigger, about apparently abuse in other cultures like Asian and the white communities. Like I seen it like this is not as so profound in their community. Like you get what I'm saying? Like it's like they know what happened. It's not, oh, this the end of the world or something happened. Like that men don't just whoop your ass out of nowhere or in front of the kids. And I hate like that. That's the stereotype in the portrait that we portraying in the black community. To be honest, like it's getting sickening. Like that's all we do. It's either you cheating or it's abuse. You cheating, like it just came out of thin air.
All right, Emerge Network. Cam up for me if you can. Haven't seen you on the network before. Just making sure you're a real person. All right. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. He said it'd be up in a minute.
Hey, so Mike,
we're
let me ask
talking
you
about
on this thing real quick. Do you also think that the abuse is a class issue as well?
Absolutely. We talked about it in the beginning. We talked about that in the beginning. Now, mind you, somebody put something up that I wanted to say something. Mind you, there are drug and alcohol implications at any class group. Like when those two things are also involved, you start to see, this type of behavior. But I look at physical abuse as a deficit in communication. You see what I'm saying? So you start to see these deficits when the lower income you go, you start to see these deficits in communication, and then they start communicating with their hands. This is throughout the spectrum of communication. So I'm not saying that people that work at McDonald's are abusers, but I think that people who are used to abuse, i.e., subject people to abuse or are abusers, look at the way we get our customer service experience in certain parts of town. They don't know how to communicate with anybody. Right? You ask for an extra ketchup, they smacking their lips, they threw the shit on the table. Like I think I start to see how all of this is connected, just through that what you call that class thing. It does have a lot to do with poverty. And the perfect person to talk about this is actually in the back. Once we start talking about hood niggas, Beans is gonna show up because he's the Negro whisperer. The second you start talking about hood niggas, somehow this nigga he probably woke his ass up. But I'm gonna let him. I gotta change his name or something. But Beans, I gotta verify it's you. If you can show me give me a peace sign or something, so I know you ain't gonna come put your meat on the screen or something.
The real Beans will do that. What you saying?
Yeah, he'll be up in a minute. Oh, he's still not ready. Don't worry. Take your time. All right. So keeping your hands to yourself, stopping DV in relationships. I did have a question on this. Let me not get it lost. Or Ashton, did you have anything? Because I know you came up for something. Tell us why you came up.
Oh no, I just want to be a part of the conversation. This a topic that us as black people we really can't talk about. They say only the women can talk about it. We don't know how abuse. We don't know nothing about abuse, and it's like it's only on the women's side. Like no, it definitely happened to the men. Like if you listen to Didi, what she was explaining, it sound more like the women doing the abuse. So
Oh, come on with that bullshit, man. This is supposed to be a solution-oriented show.
It's more than mental.
You trying to turn
It's
it
more
into
than
regular Trigger Mike.
trigger. It's more than physical abuse. It's mental abuse. What is it? What's the other type of abuse women do? Because they can't fight,
All right,
so they got
let
to
me
get
ask
you.
this question. Let me ask this question before we get into the Keke Palmer stuff. Should there be a penalty if somebody is lying about being physically abused? If so, what penalty? Anybody can get
Yeah,
it.
I think whatever the charge would have been for the person that you was trying to accuse, I think that's the exact penalty,
Ooh,
maybe twice as much as when you get caught lying.
profound. Yo, if you start doing that, whatever that person would have got had they been found guilty, that's a dope way to do it. I'm not gonna lie, that's a dope way to do it.
But I
BMU, go
want
ahead.
times two though,
BMU,
Trigger.
got you. Go ahead.
I want times two. I don't want just what the person that you accused with a guy. I want it to be times two.
God damn, life, or 10.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
what you get off abuse. Shit, times two.
I mean,
No,
but
Just in
I'm
case you
perjury
come
yeah.
is a
back.
crime that's punishable by law already, right?
No, because women lie all the time and they walk right out. Amber Heard, she didn't go to
So
jail.
let me put in the we are
Be
in a
careful.
social we are in a time socially where nobody's checking up. Like basically we we know how men usually display aggression, right? Physically, that's the way men have known throughout time to show aggression. Even though women can be physically aggressive as well, what we're now seeing is that with the use of social media, women tend to show their aggression more through gossip and trying to destroy your reputation. And one of the ways they can do that, unfortunately, is with a false accusation. And here's the worst part about false accusations. That shit don't gotta be true, and nobody even has to check up on it. If it goes viral or too many people find out about it, your job or whatever, they get no penalty for letting you go. They're like, we don't like this talk around you
Attached to
now.
our company.
A man can lose his livelihood based off of a false accusation just because she was mad. A woman can lose her livelihood based off of false accusation because he was being a bitch because she started dating another dude. So we are in a time now where we say, what is it? Guilty. I'm sorry, innocent until proven guilty. That shit hasn't been true in decades. It hasn't been true. The second the allegation hit, we already look at what we're doing with Keke Palmer right now. We speculating our ass off. Not a goddamn person know what the fuck went on in their house, but we speculate. That shit dangerous. He not getting booked. Isn't he an actor? He an actor, right?
No, he like a YouTube person.
No, he's
He
supposed to
ain't
be a
getting booked
physical
for shit.
trainer.
He's a physical trainer. He ain't getting
He's
booked
a
for shit.
personal trainer.
He ain't getting booked for shit. Ain't
He
nobody
ain't no
fucking
more.
with him. He toxic now.
Hard headed.
All right, but y'all got it.
I didn't say I was ready. Hard headed.
Yeah, but the
All
issue
right,
though,
Beans. You
Mike.
do your thing, Diva. You do your thing, Diva.
Yeah, but Mike, what the issue really is that the DAs, when a lady is caught lying, depending on what it is, whether it's money the guy loses or whether he does some hard time, they use that same old trope that they don't want to come down on a woman who's caught lying because that would keep other women from coming forward. And it's just kind of bullshit. I don't see where they
Yeah,
come up with that. And I think that's the thing that has to change first before but they are starting to punish some women for making false accusations. It's not widespread yet, but I think it's coming. And this way we can, because that really hurts the women who have real shit to say. You know, that really does. It's not good. So let me just land it there.
It's a bad, not you, Mr. Payne, but that's a bad argument because what they're talking about is after the fact. So it's not going to stop women from coming forward if something actually happened
Oh,
to
I
them.
agree. I agree.
Right. That's why I said I'm not disagreeing with you. I wanted you to understand. It's not going to stop women coming forward if something actually happened to them. If you punish women when it's found out that nothing happened. The only way you could make that argument would be in the cases where men are accused of things, and they always do that on Law and Order SVU. That's one of the things that made me stop watching it a few years.
Yeah, it's sickening.
There's all these cases where the dude is all the way guilty, but he get found innocent, you know, and then the girl is just distraught and her world is crushed. So, you know, they try to put that in the media, particularly in the movies, as if it's a normality. And I don't think it is.
I mean, it is though, Beans. Like that's their whole MO. We got Trey, who is a police officer. He'll tell you that they won't prosecute because the police are in fear of women not coming forward in the long run. I mean, that's what they go by.
So apparently you misunderstood me. What I'm saying is that's a BS argument. My point is that that's a BS argument. I don't care if they say it. There's no logic behind it. Even if it happened to 1% of women, do you know how many things that we have in place, how many laws, how many punishments and consequences that we have in place for things that only affect the minority of people? It don't stop us from doing it there.
Stop Asian hate, for example.
Well, I'll tell you this. So the reason why I came up is because I am, by extension, dealing with a situation like this right now myself. And for some reason over the last 3 days, YouTube had been putting murders of women by their boyfriends in my feed. Like, you know, nowadays people are broadcasting their family members' funerals. And it's being put on YouTube. YouTube has been putting that in my feed for the last couple of days. And I'm like, bro, what's going on? And Angry Man was like, bro, you just got to click the 3 dots and say not interested, right? So they could stop putting it in your feed. But then it just so happened that, maybe it's not my story.
It's Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So perhaps that has something to do with
it.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
you thought they were calling you, you thought they were like, you may like this.
No, I thought they were, because I have been talking a lot about women lately, right? So I thought they were trying to say, with all that stuff you be talking, how about this, right? But but
that's the
Matrix. Just so happened that today. Yeah, it just so happened that today I found out an extended family member of mine was stabbed up by her boyfriend Wednesday.
Damn.
Stabbed in the neck, hand, all kind of stuff, right? So she's out of the hospital in good condition, right? But she's gonna need some assistance and stuff. And then you got DCFS trying to mess with her about her kids and all of that because they were there and they've got stories to tell. And then it's like when that happens, and especially when it hits that close to home, you kind of like, you can't avoid the sympathy. You can't avoid the empathy. You can't avoid the concern. Because when I got those YouTube clips, the first one was a video, and I'm like, why are you showing me this lady's funeral? And then I went through the comments, and they was all, he didn't have to take her life. I'm like, oh shit, it's one of them situations, right? Because we was born the same year. She was a Taurus, I'm a Taurus. She was born a couple of weeks before me. And so I'm like, yo, what is this? Some numerological stuff or something, right? But then another one come through, a police officer lady. I think her name was Shatira, down in Louisiana. And it was 3 guys who were arrested in her case. And one of the dudes had absolutely nothing to do with it. Nothing. And it's like there was not even a mention actually of why they even locked him up. And so I wanted to report the story from that angle. Like, this lady lost her life. That's messed up. Okay. But what does this nigga got to do with that? Why did y'all even arrest him? Why did he have to go to jail? Why did he have to be locked up, have his freedom taken? Why did he have to have a bond? Why did he have to sit on trial for months? Why did a jury have to find him not guilty? He had nothing to do with it. You know who has something to do with it because you had the text messages, but for whatever reason, you still locked up this other dude. Now I'm not gonna do that story from that angle, as much as I still want to. Because if I would have lost my extended family member, I know I wouldn't have cared. I wouldn't have cared. So usually when I talk about domestic violence, because I am a person who has a background in domestic violences, I have 4 of them. And I always say I'm only guilty of 1. The first one, I never touched anybody at all. Didn't touch her at all. This was 1997. And when the police came, they told me I had to vacate the premises. So I left. I was walking down the street. They pulled back up on me. And they said, you can thank OJ for this one. I went to jail. I don't like sitting in jail, so I didn't have no money to bond out. I copped out. I took the probation, right? The next one, this is one that I like to tell backwards. I like to tell in reverse. I like to say, hey, Black Man Unfiltered. If you had a sister and your sister's baby daddy came to her house, snatched her baby and ran and went home with the baby, and your sister chased after him, got to his house and fought him about taking her baby, do you think she should go to jail for domestic violence?
If he called the police, I mean, they want their pound of flesh. So if she's on his property and there's no laws or no paperwork stating that who has custody, then he has every right to call the police and have her arrested for physically harming him.
What about you, Didi? Your sister's baby daddy comes to her house, takes the baby. You know, like, I'm taking the baby. No, they have an argument about it. He takes the baby anyway. She follows him to his house and fights him about taking her baby. Do you think she should go to jail for domestic violence?
No, but this is the thing.
Why not?
What is ethical is the difference between what's ethical and what's moral. Ethically, she's wrong. Morally, I understand.
Can I respond?
Law deals in ethics. Law does not deal in morals. Law deals in ethics. So ethically, she's wrong. They have grounds for arresting her. However, morally, I understand.
But he's the father.
Yeah, and that's your baby.
Yeah, that's his right. That's his baby too. She doesn't have more. When it comes to this, she doesn't have more authority over the child than he does. It's 50-50. Where I'm from, Louisiana and or Texas, if I'm no longer with my wife and I decide to go get my kids and never return them, then I have every right to never return them. It's not kidnapping. It's not. So I can take them from her, and she has to prove to the courts that I am an unfit parent. So
ethically, you can take them. Morally, it would not be in the children's best interest for you to alienate them from their mother.
Yeah, but you know
what? There is such a thing as parental kidnapping. You cannot come in and forcefully take your children, even if they are yours. You can't just snatch your kids, even if they are yours. There has to be some sort of agreement. You guys have to have a conversation. So if he went in there and he forcefully took those kids, he's wrong. Now her retaliation is what got her in trouble.
Ethically,
but what he did is wrong, and he should have been arrested for it. You can't just go take your kids.
Right. Now I understand what you're saying, Trey. I'm not talking forcefully because I wouldn't do it forcefully. I would not do it for her. I would actually go in and say, hey, baby, I'm gonna come get the kids. I'm gonna take the kids to the park. We'll have a good day, and then I would never take them back.
So here's the kicker. In that story, I reversed it. I had my daughter. My baby mama had been gone to Minnesota for a few months with my baby. I hadn't seen her. I went, picked her up. She came to my house and took my daughter. I argued like, look, you've been gone. I want my daughter. I want to spend time with my baby. Like, what are you doing? Like, she waited for me to go into the other room, grab my daughter, ran out the door with her, jumped in her car. And I just so happened to reach in and grab her purse off her arm as she was pulling off because she had just got a new apartment. So now I know where she's going. So I pulled up. I beat her there, actually, and I waited for her to get out. And the fight ensued.
We're talking about domestic violence. You beat her there as in you got there first?
Shut the fuck up.
I'm serious. You saying you got there first?
Yes, I got
there.
I'm
like, nigga, you just understand what you
almost
just
gave
said?
me a heart attack, man.
That's why I was like,
you almost
God
gave me a heart
damn.
attack, man.
I'm gonna need y'all to put y'all listening ears on because he definitely said that very clearly.
Exactly.
Ethan, why you in the dark? They gave you a tomahawk.
Like you just said that.
I'm driving home.
Nah, I get the point though. But no, so yes, I got there first. And then when she pulled up, I'm grabbing her up at first because I'm like, yo, what, like, you just take my baby, like, what's wrong with you? And she started stabbing me with a pen. I started slapping. I never punched her, but I was slapping her up. Like, man, you out of your mind. You take my baby, now you want to stab me up with a pen. And guess what? I went to jail. Right? She came to my house and took my baby. It don't matter. But men step up and be fathers. But that's another story. Right. So to me, I have that domestic violence either. Right. Because any woman that I ask, they always say, no, you just can't come to her house and take her baby. But then when I flip it, they start trying to make excuses. Well, she is the mother. Right. So, and then the other two was just mutual combat between me and my lady, who I'm still with now 13 years in.
And
it wasn't I've never wait. Let me finish. Because people gonna try to paint a narrative.
Yeah,
I ain't never punched on no woman. I ain't never sucker punched no woman. I ain't never as much as left a bruise on a woman. But I have slapped, I have struggled, wrestled, pushed around, choked up, right? Because women can be fucking demonic. And that's the part that we don't talk about when we talk about domestic violence as it pertains to men. And to Ashton's point, Trigger, which you tried to dismiss, the numbers show that in relationships, heterosexual relationships, when one person is violent and the other person is not, 60% of the time, it's the woman. That's absolutely true.
Thank you, B.
Numbers is actually more than 60%.
Okay. Well, the last time I checked, it was 60%. Not to mention the fact that we see the number of domestic violence in
I'm sorry,
lesbian relationships.
I'm sorry.
Beans, but you said I'm right, though. Correct.
I'm misspeaking.
Absolutely.
It's saying that women
I can't get no wins over here.
Yes.
And it was a study that came out that said women admitted to starting almost 80% of all domestic of their survey. Women started.
Right.
Yeah. Hank, that's what I was just. Let me say this real quick, because I Beans, I'm not from the paint on narrative. I'm going to be straight down the middle, true. I'm not saving none of them. If I see a woman cussing a man out and he knock her ass to Mars and rope her back down to Earth, I'm not stepping in, because I think women naturally should have respect for something that can destroy you. Now, my thing is this: no woman in this world is going to go to the zoo and get the key to the lion cage and walk in that motherfucker, sit down and have a sandwich. If you can respect the lion, respect me, because I can do to you the same thing what the lion do to you. Rip your ass up a new one and break you in half. Do not come and test a man who is 20 times stronger than you. If you respect the lion, respect me. Now, young men, I'd only suggest you go out and put your hands on. I'm not saying go out and be violent toward women. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm not telling women to go out and be violent toward men. But I do say this to young men. In this day and time, women, like podcast just said, stabbing me with a pen. When it gets to a point where somebody's stabbing you, you knock her the fuck out. You knock her ass the fuck out. Ain't no holding her. Ain't no. You teach her that she should never put her hands on you.
Look at Didi. Look at Diddy.
I don't care.
What you feel about that, Hank?
I don't care. I don't care. If I'm in a house and I'm holding my child and a woman comes in aggressive and she stabs me with a pen, I'm gonna gently put my baby in the room and I'm gonna knock her the fuck out. Because she shouldn't have put her hands on me. I teach young men, I'm telling these young men that I'm around every day, do not put your hands on anyone unless a man or a woman, unless your life is threatened. If your life is in threatened and she's stabbing you with a pen, you have every right to remove that. I love Texas. Trigger Mike, we're in Texas. Akane, we're in Texas. I love the laws in Texas.
That's right. That's
because
right.
I'm here too, BLU.
Yeah, the laws in Texas state clearly, if your life is in danger, and a woman or a man put their hands on you or threaten your life, you have every right by any means necessary to remove their lives, to remove their souls from their bodies. And so I don't have a problem. Just keep your hands to yourself and I'll keep my hands to myself. But again, I'm going to say this and I'm landing my plane. If you won't go to the zoo and have a picnic in the lion's den with the lions, don't fucking play with me. And I land my plane right there.
I gotta say this real quick, guys.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Trigger Mike. Go ahead.
He came through. If y'all just tuning in, let me get this super chat. My man TS $5 says, "Black women are finally white women."
Negative.
What do you mean by that, TS?
Negative. That's a lie.
All right. So
TS.
Hold on, Venus. We're not condoning it. We going on a panel. Go back and get the gist of the show in the beginning. All right. I want you to come up and speak on this as well. We're trying to get both sides. We're trying to get real live accounts of what's going on, and we're going to chop it up. My man Hink has been in the building for a minute waiting patiently. We're going to get his perspective on it. What you got?
Well, I mean, look, I'm not going to stay with no woman going to put their hands on me. I'm not. I'm not going to try to work things out. It's not going to be some type of an understanding. We're not, because it's not, because guess what, again, it's going to happen again. If you do it once, you're going to do it again. And so yeah. I may be able to walk away the first time without retaliating, but I can't guarantee you the second time you put your hands on me like that, I'm not going to hold my own. So I don't understand people women putting hands on a man. I don't care. I'll assume y'all talk about that video where the girl slapped the man upside the head. Is that what you talking about?
What video are you talking about?
No. Is this a new video?
It's a video where
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Like was that 60-day married or something like that?
Yeah,
90-day married, where some girl was playing with him, talking about this is in my culture to play like this, and she slapped him upside the head, and he put her ass out on the side of the highway.
Yep.
So good for him. Good for him. But let's stop right there for a second. Why? So let's not even talk about our women for a second. Do modern women in general, American women, have a problem with keeping their hands to themselves?
Yes, because they know they'll have no consequences for it. Right here in Dallas, there was a black woman. I don't know if y'all remember this. It was a black woman. It went viral. It was on TMZ, where she was talking shit to a guy who was a ex-fucking UFC fighter. And she was out there talking shit to him, spitting in his face, yelling at him, slapping him in the chest. And he tried to remove her twice. He said, "Ma'am, move your ass. Get the hell out the way, you drunk, move." And she reached up and slapped him, and he beat her like she stole Jesus' supper. Beat the fuck out of her. Well, and everybody want him in jail. Lock him up. Arrest him. Put him in jail. No.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the framing of the question, right? Because it's way more white women than it is anybody else. It's like 100 million plus of them, right? Or some crazy number. And we know they'll get active. But
yeah,
ironically,
that's why I said modern. I didn't want to make it specific. I didn't want to make it specific.
But that's the reason why I'm saying that, because I can honestly say I don't think I've seen that many videos of DV situations, and particularly where the woman was the aggressor, that involved Asian women, Arab women, you know, Chinese, whatever. Hispanic. It's always white and black.
Let me speak on that real quick.
Let me put it this way.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me put it this way, right? One thing that Trigger Mike and I know is that when you take a Nigerian woman and bring her to the US, one of the first surprising issues is to slap as a man. Why is that like that? Because if she does that in Nigeria, she knows what is going to happen. But she will do it in America. The reason why she will do it in America is because the law supports her. The law backs her up. But in Nigeria, if she does that, she's going to have broken bones. You see what I'm saying? So, yes, do America enable women to act up? Big time. Big time it enables women to act up. But this is what I got a question for Bees. Bees, the girl that you stay with right now, that's your current girlfriend, that caused that got into a domestic violence stuff, DV. You say you still with her, right?
Yeah.
How many times have you guys had an altercation?
Twice.
Since then? Twice?
Well,
this is what I
the
want.
last one, we haven't had any since the last one.
Okay. And how long was that?
6 years ago.
Okay. You're an exception. You're a very big time exception. Because most women that have initiated domestic violence and have been involved in domestic violence has always continued or continue doing it. I always tell men this: if a woman gets you to act out of your character, if a woman initiates fight whereby you put your hands on her, even if you've made the first contact or not, separate yourself from her and never deal with her again. Get rid of her from your life, because I got to tell you something. I would rather remain single and live up to 90 years old or 100 than to be with a Jezebel and only live to 40. It does not make any single sense. The greatest threat to a man's life is a violent woman. The greatest peace to a man's life is a woman that understands the strength of a man and respects that.
Yeah, that is true. That's true. Let's get somebody else in here. Trey and Big Al, welcome. I want to get y'all thoughts on what we're talking about.
Look, to answer the question, we used to have to take stats when I was on the department, and we had to add up our stats. 81% of my arrests for DV were women. We were always arresting women. In DC, where I worked, the aggressor was the person that was arrested. And so whoever started it is the one who got arrested. And majority of the time, it was the woman. And they were the ones that were arrested. My feeling is this: I am a firm believer in pain memories. I always have been and I always will be. You know not to put your hand in the fire because it'll burn your ass up. I think that women have grown up and have been taught that men are not going to hit you. And this carries on into their teenage years, and it carries on into their adulthood. And they get to a point where they decide that they're going to put their hands on you physically because you have been trained as a man that you're not going to do anything back. And so therefore, there is no pain memory when they cross this line. There is no receptor in their head that says, if I do this, there's something is going to happen to me. My feeling is this, and I've said this before: I will whoop your ass, and I mean that. And I'm dead serious. And the reason for that is I'm gonna get arrested anyway. If the moment you hit me, right, depending on where you are, if I don't up and walk away, you have all the leverage. No matter what I do, at that point, I can restrain you. I've seen guys go to jail for restraining a woman. Absolutely. No matter what you do, you're going. So if I'm going to go, I'm going to get my goddamn money's worth out of it. If I'm going to sit my ass in a jail cell all night, I'm going to get my money's worth out of it. I'm going to jail and you going to the hospital. That's how I look at it. And that's just me. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these women, and I saw this night in and night out, these girls, especially the young ones, the 21, 22, 23-year-olds, there is no pain memory when it comes to dealing with a man. They don't see him as a man who has 17 to 20 times the testosterone as she does. They don't see that he's taller, stronger, faster, quicker, has quicker reflex. They don't see this. They see you've been trained to not hit me, so I can do whatever I want to you. I have shown up on scenes where she spit on him, kicked him, thrown glass at him, thrown plates at him, and he's just supposed to stand there and take it?
Absolutely.
Hell no.
All right.
Absolutely
this brings
not.
up.
No,
This
I'm
brings
gonna
up
power drive your ass.
He didn't
All
stand
right,
there.
Big
You
Al.
were called to the scene, though, right?
He didn't call the
What?
police. First of all, men hardly ever call the police.
Absolutely.
Hardly ever call the police.
Ever.
It's either the woman who calls or the neighbor or somebody, some innocent bystander who calls. I can count on maybe
He's
one
a
hand in
goddamn
my
fool.
toes,
I
one
would have
hand
put
in
that
my
info
toes, how
on
many
paper,
men have
man.
actually called the police first to report domestic violence. And the only time I know of one guy who did it is because he's essentially was setting her up. He knew she was going to do this, so he set her up. Other than that, men don't call the police. We show up because she called the police or a bystander called.
I put it in the Kurt Angle lock.
That's the thing. Honestly, in order to avoid being arrested, you should call the police. If you can't immediately remove yourself from the situation, you need to call the police.
Edie, you're missing the point. He shouldn't have to remove himself. You're missing the point. He shouldn't have to remove himself. Because what should be happening is you shouldn't be engaging in a physical altercation to begin with.
In a perfect world, but however, because this world is not perfect,
I have an evidence.
You loud.
Hold on, Ekene.
Let's have it back. Yeah, let them have their back.
Didi, finish your thought. Go ahead.
But in a perfect world, no one should, present such a threat to you. But because we're not in a perfect world, we should exercise our free will to leave if we can. And if we cannot leave, call the authorities. It's nothing wrong with being calling the police. Y'all should be calling the police. Lock these bitches the fuck up.
Trey.
But it doesn't work, Didi. It doesn't work that way. And I'm telling you, as somebody who has done this for a living, it doesn't work this way. Men can call the police first all day, left and right. And I have seen situations where I have had to go in to young rookie officers and say, y'all got this wrong. You have it wrong. You are arresting the wrong person. Take the handcuffs off of him and put the handcuffs on her. I've had to overrule them as a senior officer because a lot of them are already ingrained. The man is automatically wrong.
Absolutely.
Okay, but the police was called on him. He wasn't the one who called the police.
No, ma'am. That's not how it works.
I'm saying that men don't call the police.
The police were called because there was an altercation. The police were called because there was an altercation. It wasn't because
that's verbal abuse right there, ain't it, Trigger Mike?
I gotta say something now to support. I gotta say something now to support what Trey just said. Check this out, right?
Ekene is verbally abusing us, bro. Okay.
Yeah, check this out. Check this out, guys. 2 years ago, right after COVID, I had a client of mine at Sheraton, Dallas, that had an appointment to be taken to the airport. So I was consulted to come and take this guy to the airport. So I went there to pick him up. But somebody and I got into an argument. So one of the managers, a lady, 4'11", stepped in and trying to separate the argument between me and that guy. So I had to tell her, hey, back off, lady, by holding her wrist. I held her wrist and tell her to back off. You're gonna be killed by one of us. You don't get into a fight. You're so small. So after I said that, so I went to my car. About to leave after 5 minutes, and a guy approached me and told me, hey, are you Alex? I said, yes. He said, don't go anywhere. Police officers are coming to talk to you. This police officer showed up. Oh, okay. You didn't hear me, did you?
Finish your story.
So this police officer showed up, and then one was rookie, one was senior officer, just like Trey. And when they came to me, they asked me what happened. I told them that I was having an argument with a guy, and this 4'11" girl stepped in trying to separate us. Then I told her, hey, back off, lady. Don't do that because she's too small to be separating fight between two full-grown men. I was trying to save her from being beaten up or being injured. You see what I'm saying? Do you know that the rookie officer told the senior officer that I should be arrested? The senior officer looked at me and said, are you out of your damn mind? He's trying to save her life. They had to give me a ticket to go to court. I went to court and they threw that shit out at court because everybody was confused. Why did I even come to court at the first place? So you see, what Trey is telling you is true. Women can just cause can damage a man's life just like that. For you trying to save her life, to you going to jail.
Hold on. Before you guys go, let me tell you another thing that we never ever talk about, especially within the black community. If she's light skinned or not, that plays a part in the DV. You guys are laughing. I'm dead serious.
No, I know, Trey. It's just the fact you put it like that. I already know.
Her bruises and her scratches will show differently than a darker skinned person.
Absolutely.
So, for instance, if she gets into
she could just fall, and that's a bruise.
Exactly. If she gets into an altercation with a dark skinned male, he could actually be having scratches and bruises on him. We may not notice it immediately, especially if he doesn't tell us. And I remember I would ask these men over and over again, "Are you injured?" And by injured, I mean, do you have any scratches on you? Show me something that tells me that what this woman is telling me is there's something contrary to it. Because I know she started it. Because she's cursing me out. So I know she started it. But give me something. But because the color of his skin is darker, we can't automatically see it. And I'll tell you something else. When the crime scene guys come in to take pictures, it don't show the same as it does on hers or the red bone. When you take her pictures, it looked like she got thrown down a stairs and thrown through the wall. You're like, God damn, these pictures, they look horrible. If you take the same pictures for him because he's dark skinned, it looks like, he might have scratched, he might have bumped up against the wall or something. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot, it's deeper. And like I said, if you don't have the right officers on the scene, the ones with experience and the ones who understand that women start shit, if you don't have the right guys, then the wrong guys get arrested all the time.
So Trey, can I say this real quick, please? Real quick. I swear I'm gonna be done. Real quick, just real quick. Because you could probably allude to it too. Trey, as an ex-officer, and as me talking to an officer before about domestic violence, and I said, is it a difference between if a man calls and say a woman's hitting me versus a woman calls in? He say, yeah, if a woman call, we gotta get over there because she could end up dead. He said, but if a dude call, I said, what do y'all do? He said, I said, just say the shit. He said, we really not in no hurry. He said, we don't. He said, if I'm eating, if I'm eating, I'm
before, black man. I can't speak for other jurisdictions. Where I was at, we had a response time. We had to get there within a certain amount of time. We couldn't just lag. Certain cases, domestic violence, robberies, burglaries, homicides, you can't just pick and choose when you're gonna get there, regardless of who the potential victim is. I can't speak for other jurisdictions. I don't know how they do it, but if you showed up 5 minutes later, you was gonna have to answer for it.
All right, I'm gonna switch.
Trigger real quick.
I'm gonna switch. Yeah, go ahead, real quick.
So this is why sometimes I embrace all the trauma that I've had. Right, most times it plagues me because it's like all the stories people tell. I have an example of all of them. Right, and I'm listening to Trey talk, and I'm thinking about situations that I've been in. One time, in a relationship, the girl, we get into it, but she had spit on me. Right, so when she spit on me, I slapped the shit out of her. Right, she called the police.
Why all these stories so funny to me?
Right. We both called the police at the same time. So I'm sitting there waiting. But see, I used to fight with the police, like physically. So I was always anticipating that too. So what happened was, I'm going to tell you when I knew it was different this time. 2 female police officers showed up. I was like, oh, these motherfuckers took my call. Oh, snap, they took my call? They out here for a nigga? I was like, come in. And the officer was thick. One of the officers was thick as hell too. I'm like, God damn, baby, let me tell you what happened. Baby, she spit on me, baby. Yo, when they slapped them cuffs on my girl, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, I wanted to call the whole team, like, bro, we got one. We finally got a W, bro. But immediately, I was like, listen, I don't want her to go to jail. I just want her to stop thinking that she could do shit, slap, spit, cuss out, be verbally abusive, emotionally. Because here's the thing about it, Trig, and I want to make sure I say this really quickly. Yeah. For whatever reason, I promise y'all I'm not making this up, women do not care about men, especially emotionally, especially psychologically. They don't care. The same thing that a man can do to a woman, and a woman will call it verbal abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse. If a woman does that to a man, they don't even think it has an impact, right? So when you say, yo, this woman was verbally, emotionally abusing me, psychologically abusing me, withholding my kids, doing all this different stuff for months and months and months and months and months. And 6 months in, I just got tired and I hauled off and slapped her ass, right? And she fell down and hit her knee. You, right? Reverse the story. This man was emotionally, physically, psychologically, financially, parental alienation. He was doing this for 6 months. And I just got mad one day and slapped him. Girl, you stood up for yourself. Girl, it took you long enough. This is why I think the conversations about DV need more male faces. So to DD's point about calling the police, I'm gonna tell you, I don't think we call the police because one, we really don't want our girl to go to jail, right? And two, it do kind of make you feel weak. But I was playing the game that day. But we do need more voices at least in the conversation so we can remove this from a woman.
You did speak to something because this show is supposed to be a little more balanced. Because one of the things I don't want to happen and I don't want to allow to happen is that when we say domestic violence, go to any female circle, they make it about men. And that's where it stops. You go look at the statistics on domestic violence. I don't think it's gender specific at all. And then you look at how it starts. So if you had to look at the statistics, what you'll basically find is that women start and men finish. That's the way it looks. Women start the shit, men finish it, and men ultimately get the consequences for whatever went down. That's just the way it goes. But I want to keep this show balanced. Let's get this super chat real quick. Mills $2 says Beans crying as usual. Yeah, they fucking with you, Beans. But let me ask. This is something that's been out in the ether. We asked it at the beginning in a different way, but I think it's something that I've heard too many times, echoed in the YouTube streets. But I've actually heard it on the street as well. So I want to ask, since we got a bunch of black men here and a black woman, we'll get her perspective too. Are black men more abusive than other races of men? Why or why not? Let me get the super chat real quick. Let me get the super chat real quick. TS $5 says black women are more unified than black men and have more political leverage. That's true for now. All right, go ahead, Ashley.
Can you repeat the question one more time? I just want to make sure
Are black men more abusive than other races of men? Why or why not?
No, it's simply because white people and Asians they keep their stuff in house. I mean, I've seen white women. They know what they husband hit them or whatever, and when she went to go tell her parents were like, "Well, what did you do?" So I mean, it's not all dramatic and profound in their culture. So I mean, it's like the only black people, they go out their way and make it like this big Tyler Perry movie, this whole Tubi movie story. So
of all the networks, you chose Tubi, huh?
Yeah.
I guess it's because we talk about black people. Those are the most terrible. I couldn't even make it.
Yeah, the most horriblest movies, and that's what they talk about the entire time: abuse and oh my god.
Let me give my answer on this for perspective, bro. As much as we glorify Tyler Perry, I believe this dude is responsible for a lot of this bullshit. This man has put out so many movies that, for some reason, I think when they look back on what has happened to us in the TV, social media generation, this is where you can use the term programming. People actually believe shit that's not true because of the way we've been programmed through media, through television, movies, and social media. They can literally make you believe anything. Let me give you the proof. I told y'all about 2 months ago, we did a show. They put out a meme about Venus and Serena Williams buying a stake in the Dolphins. Do you know when that shit was? In 2010. But people were acting like that shit was today. They were acting like that shit was recent. So that shows you just how, and it made me think, why would somebody put this up and not give context? It's because they want to give like black women ammo to just you see what I'm saying? To just act like they're doing so well. And I was like, y'all don't see what these jerseys look like? Are y'all looking at this picture? It's old as hell. And that's how the media propaganda, it's like they testing propaganda to see how stupid we are so they can feed us more propaganda. And that's how this whole shit got created, man. Tyler Perry has literally basically said, for some reason, he got something against dark skinned niggas. Dark skin,
Well,
bad.
he did y'all wrong.
A white
With
man
Helen
is
and
gonna
Charles
come
Trigger.
save you, or a light skinned black man is gonna come save you, or what was the other one? Hispanic man.
Cartwright.
Some man is not black. After a black man has transgressed against you, has verbally whooped you, physically beat your ass, somebody else gonna come save you because you can't trust these niggas and only your pain matters. That shit
Yeah,
was sold to them, bro.
Yeah, he's under the Color Purple tutelage.
Mhm.
And next month, you better as well get ready. In December, ladies and gentlemen, they remade the Color Purple, and they've made it more intense than the first one. And if you think these motherfuckers out of line now, you wait till after they watch the Color Purple.
They use Halle Bailey to do it too.
Yeah,
they used the Little
play
Mermaid to do
Harpo?
it too. So they gonna pull it. They did man, it's almost damn near perfect the way they did it, because she was in the Little Mermaid. So you think of her as a princess, and now she's gonna come across as a victim.
Yep.
Wow.
God damn.
Wow.
These people slick.
Crazy.
Yeah, the guy from that played Dr. Dre in Straight Outta Compton is playing Harpo. They have Fantasia.
Are you serious?
Yeah, uh-huh.
I know his mama. I used to work with her. She's a cop.
I
Yo,
know
I'm not
Fantasia's.
gonna
she's
lie.
Fantasia.
I think we should boycott.
Absolutely.
Well, let me go down this list real quick so we can have some perspective. Miss Bailey is playing Nettie. Fantasia is playing Celie. Danielle Brooks is playing Sophia. Corey Hawkins is playing Harpo, the guy that played Dr. Dre on the NWA movie. Taraji P. Henson is playing Suge Avery. Cole Domingo is playing Mister, and Sierra is playing Nettie.
So we're just gonna poison the minds of another generation with this bullshit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you got
and Trigger
Sierra.
Mike, somebody in the comments said, like, why would you boycott a movie? My mama one of them people. She don't like to watch slavery movies. And it's a lot of people like that. I don't know why people think like that stuff is just.
That's an excellent question.
The movie because of influence.
First off, She's So Sassy learned to spell boycott. Goddamn.
Damn.
First off, but
it's two mistakes. The I and the space. The I and the space
kind of shows. First off, the simp ass nature. Like, there should have been black men boycotting to even get cast in this role. I would have told my agent, "Don't sign me up for this shit. I'm not trying out. I'm not doing it." What we've heard about it already, the color purpling of society. Do we not really realize how much they love to tell pain stories in our image and not their own? They love to tell every type of story using black people. Go look up the producers of The Woman King. White women aren't stupid enough to make a movie with them in it with that title on that shit. They said, "What motherfuckers can we get to give this? We just really want to give a movie this title. Who do you think will do it?"
The black women.
They were all white women are the producers of The Woman King.
I don't think that's true. Because
you telling me some Asians will be named The Woman King Beans? Come on now.
Well,
some Asian women.
Asian women aren't the majority in this country. White women are.
That ain't what I asked you.
Absolutely. So I'm not responding to you about Asian people. I'm going to respond to the majority of the women in this country, which are the white ones. And I can tell you, it's a million movies of them being raped, kidnapped, stored, chopped into pieces, all kind of stuff. They and listen, and then don't only get me started on the Game of Thrones and all them type of old throwback to the Viking era type movies where they being held captive, sold.
But you missed the point though.
Pain too is all I'm saying.
But Beans, this is the point. With white people, they have a second part of the story. Like Lifetime, their stories are shit, but they kind of leave room to tell the whole story. Like some of these stories that white people have, the man gets some get back. They don't have these in these black Tubi movies. It's always just the narrative painted
you
one
don't.
way.
I don't know why you're using
okay.
Lifetime and
Tubi.
Black Tubi, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because you
But hold on,
oh my God, man.
Beans. I'm gonna give you more. Give you
I didn't know
something
Ashton
more
watched
value.
I did with my mama growing up.
Tyler Perry. Oh, I can tell you.
Means a
Tyler
lot.
Perry had a movie called "Why Did I Get Married?"
Absolutely.
On the second "Why Did I Get Married?" They gave Janet Jackson a huge part in the movie. She was supposed to be the crazy bitch that straightened out the man. And everything was her fault. She was in the car. She was in a hurry. She didn't buckle her kid in. She had an accident. The kid died under her provision. And the man went to the bank and said, you know what? I went to the bank and took my half of the money. And then she started being real. She said, hey, listen, that's my money too. You don't fuck with my money, right? So she drives this man crazy, goes to his job, embarrasses him so bad at his job. I think she even put a male dancer in a cake or some stupid shit.
Yep.
Yeah, she put a male dancer in a cake in front of all of his employees and embarrassed him. He was so embarrassed that he got in the car and got hit by a dump truck and died. At the end of the movie, they show that she's healed, doing well, and she meets the next guy in her life, which was played by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. And he smiles real wide with them white teeth showing. And he said, hey, how are you doing? And so basically the movie says you killed your husband, you killed your child.
Exactly.
You have no accountability, and you get the knight in shining armor at the end of the fucking movie.
Oh, I thought I was the only one that peeped that till this day. I said that is like I was in the theater like wait.
Yeah, sir.
Does she get to live happily? You live first off. If my wife
why would
anybody
Tyler
ever
Perry
do some shit like that,
go against the people who made him? Like, let's just logically think about this for a second.
Go ahead. Trey.
Black women have put millions and millions
It's called
of dollars
capitalism.
in their pocket.
Yep.
Why would he ever go against them?
It's called capitalism. Y'all love capitalism so much. Y'all love it so much until it's practiced against you.
Hey, listen, we got an opportunity with this new Color Purple movie. We didn't have these spaces for the last one. Matter of fact, there was a lot of complicit men because we were so ignorant back then of what the message they were putting out. We have an opportunity now when this movie comes out to tear it logically, piece by piece, and say why this and that and all these other things that they're going to show are going to be bad. But let me tell you, my man Colin Domingo is going to be an awesome what's wrong? That boy can act, man.
Not gonna matter.
He's gonna be an awesome mister, man. He can act, man.
Mr. Payne with
Colin ain't gonna be one of the ones gonna take his wife to the movie and go see the motherfucker. He won't be going.
I see it. He gonna go to the matinee because he can't stay up at night.
How could y'all just miss what I said in the beginning?
No, we caught what you said, Payne.
And that's why I want to respond and tell you with all due respect, it's not gonna matter, bro. Like, no matter what we say. First of all, we know a lot of men ain't gonna do it, but let's just go with your premise that 1 million niggas did. It's 2 million more of them than it is us. It's not gonna matter, right? And they're gonna take every W. Black women love every W that gives black men an L.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
So they're gonna take this W and they ain't gonna be trying to hit none of that you got to talk about. They're gonna say we gaslighting them and all this other stuff about their existence. They ain't gonna be trying to hear that.
Here's why.
Wait, hold on, Trig, look. I give you some numbers, right? We was doing this on the show not too long ago. The question came up for who cheats more, right? Black men or black women, right? Or men and women, right?
Yeah.
So they said 28%, right? The men reported 28% of the time they were cheaters, right? Women 24% of the time. Well, it's 2 million more black women than it is black men. So when you look at the numbers, it's actually more of them by 80,000, right? There's 2.8 million black men cheating, 2.8 million and 80,000 black women cheating. They cheat more. Right. And they was upset. No, the numbers can't be cool. Wait, you was okay with the numbers when you thought it was 28 to 24. But now that you realize it's more of y'all and the numbers aren't in your favor, you don't want to hold this L. You see what I'm saying? So they was willing to take the W before they realized what the numbers represent.
Trigger, not only that, the Woman King, I can guarantee you a bunch of men didn't go see that. It still made 97 million
I didn't
on a budget of 50 million. So the women are going to go see the movie regardless. It's going to make money, and they know that.
Oh, that's a girls' movie, right?
Hey,
The movie theater, all the girls gonna be calling each other, "Girl, we gotta go see that new Color Purple." That's gonna be a girls' night out.
R-Pain, did you go see The Woman King?
Hey, I'm gonna be real. I think it's gonna flop.
I did see it when it came on.
I think that shit gonna flop.
You think it's gonna flop, Trick?
I think it's gonna flop.
Well, I did see The Color Purple.
Listen, hold on. This weekend,
They thought the same thing about Woman King, and it did $47 million over budget. They thought the same thing.
No, it flopped.
I want to see if I'm going to bet you.
Marvel had a big flop this weekend.
I was going to say, people are kind of getting tired. I think people are getting tired of these girls. These girls do it better, subliminal statement ass movies.
Damn, they were fucked up.
That shit is starting to, women don't even support it. That's what I'm saying. They remade Charlie's Angels. Do y'all even remember that shit? Like 2-3 years ago? Flop.
Yeah, because there's nothing realistic about a woman who's 110 pounds throwing men around. That's not a real thing. It doesn't happen.
I think the world is getting tired of the unnatural nature of these films. But I want to ask Didi what she thinks about The Color Purple. Do you think it's something that's just gonna go by the wayside in the wind, or do you think it's good or bad for the community in general that they're remaking such a controversial film?
I think it's a good movie. I think it's a good thing that it's remade in this time. It was a movie that I enjoyed watching coming up. It's a movie I still enjoy watching. I find funnier each time I watch it. There's a lot of comical scenes in it. There was a lot of funny stuff in that movie.
Yeah, like a wait at your own table.
It all makes sense now, Didi. It's all coming together.
It was funny. She got that nasty woman's disease. Those lines were classic and they were hilarious. So I'm going to watch it again. Of course, it comes out on my birthday, so I will be there. I don't think it's a good or a bad for the community. It's probably, I would say, it's good. It spawns these type of conversations. So if not for anything else, it invokes thought.
But I would agree with you. But the problem is that it spawns these conversations in a segregated way. There could not be 5 men and 5 women sitting on this panel having a realistic conversation about domestic violence. It's never going to happen because women are never going to take accountability for their role in the shit. It never happens. We can give them all the numbers and they still going to be like, but men. So Trick, I'm sorry, hold on with the Trick. Didi, please respond. But I just want to say the Trick. I need your perspective on why you think it's gonna flop, because that's gonna determine whether or not I'm gonna bet you.
We can bet. What do you want to bet?
Yeah, I got money on that too, Trick. That shit ain't gonna flop.
Okay. For the same reason,
like 50 to throw away.
But for the same reason, I don't bet less than 100.
Damn, you rich
on anything.
I like that action.
I'll take that bet, Trigger.
I'll take it too.
So wait, who got it?
I need your perspective first.
Let's talk about numbers because it can meet its budget. But I'm saying, who thinks it's going to be a blockbuster? Meaning, let's say in the US, it has to do like two times its budget to be considered a success.
Oh, absolutely.
It's gonna be Rotten Tomatoes. Watch, Trigger.
Y'all realize it's a musical, right? Y'all realize it's a musical.
It's a musical.
Have you not heard of High School Musical?
If that's what you
like I said,
I got the 100.
And use that as an example.
They're not telling sad stories in High School Musical.
Yeah.
You know what?
If your criteria is
let me
help with the budget,
let me give you
$100 bet.
Let me give you the meaning.
And Brother Payne.
What's up?
Brother Payne, you gonna be at the movie with the old lady, ain't you?
No.
Man, they
on TV, though. I'll see it on TV, that's for sure.
Shit.
Oh, you got that fire stick, Payne.
Man, I can't say anything about the movie unless I see it. Just like The Woman King, when it came on, I thought I wrote a pretty good review on that damn thing. I write review on movies.
What was your review, Payne? Because it was a false story, right?
No,
it was in reverse.
The Woman King, I used the trigger mic. It's funny you brought about the white women who were behind it. I think one of the basic things, besides propping up women and calling them kings, that old masculine bullshit, is that they wanted to show in the movie that black people was as responsible for the slave trade as whites.
No.
That's what was in the movie.
No, the women were that tribe of women.
But let me finish, BMU. I thought that was one. I thought it was unrealistic where they try to prop up this tribe and say, well, they're going to give up one trade and commerce for another when they could be profitable in two. And nobody would give up a profitable trade for another one. They would just have two good profitable trades. So I thought that was bullshit. But go ahead.
I want to say this, Arpain. They wanted to boost up how powerful black women were back in the day and how they can hold their own and how they can take 200-pound, 300-pound men and throw them 40 feet through the air and throw swords to their chest. And that's the perception of what they wanted. They want to show strength in women. Secondly, those women right there, they did exist, but like Lapita said, they offered her the role before they offered it to what's her name?
Fantasia.
No. On Woman King.
Don't disrespect Fantasia like that.
They offered Lapita the role, and she said, "I'm from the country. I know what happened in the story behind it. I will not accept that role and not do it. I don't know who y'all gonna get to play it, but it ain't gonna be me." So she already knew that those women were responsible for selling slaves in the slave trade, right? But not all. But also, if you go down a couple of paragraphs in the history of those women, you do understand that those white men said, "Okay, they want to have swords and they want to fight. We don't have time for these bitches. We got something for them." And they got off the boat with those guns and they slayed them all. They killed every one of them. Slaughtered them.
Yeah, but what you just said,
slaughtered every one of them. And so
what I said, I mean, on the surface, I mean, you're correct. More than one thing could be correct about this movie. But what I got about it, because I ignored the fact that they were propping it, just the title itself said what kind of quantifies what you said, the Woman King, which is bullshit. It was that whole narrative about black women being kings and all this other horseshit. I didn't get wrapped up on that. I wanted to know, underneath all of that, why did these white women prop up this movie besides the obvious? And in the movie, if you look at it, I think the underlying thing was that black folks in Africa were just as responsible for the slave trade as the white folks here for accepting the supply and demand. And so that's what I got out of it.
But you making it as a again.
You said you don't know our pain.
The second thing I got out of it was that they made it to where these black women, their sole purpose was to kill black men. That's the second thing I got out.
Yeah,
and
I'm so glad.
The most dangerous thing, and that's the same thing that happened with Wakanda Forever.
Again, I was alluding to that.
Sole purpose was to kill men.
Right.
I had issues with that.
I'm so glad I showed up in college for history. That was I loved it. It was amazing because I learned a lot.
BMU.
I want to say this though. I want to say this because you brought up Wakanda Forever. I thought that was the biggest trash movie ever after Chadwick died. If you were going to make that movie after Chadwick, you should have just did a quick little 30-minute thing showing his picture and just let the shit die. Because my thing is this: if you're gonna replace a king, you don't replace a king with a queen and then have the queen's daughter who is up next become the hero. I think that's just not how it works. You had the Jabari tribe, right? You had Mbuku, who could have been Black Panther. You had you could have had Michael B. Jordan come back. You could have had at the beginning of the movie, you could have had Michael B. Jordan in an incubator. You could have had him restored and came back as Black Panther. Oh yeah, absolutely.
What's the ones that stay at the top of the hill? He could have been.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The Jabari tribe.
Yeah,
yeah, they could have been. Yeah. So I think that the movie now, there's no direction for the movie to go. They show at the end of the movie that they had a kid together and the kid got to grow up. And so the movie pretty much you just kill the movie. This weekend, they released the Marvelettes or fucking Diana in the Two Steps. I don't fucking know what Marvel did this weekend, and that shit was horrible as well. It was horrible. And the reviews on it, if you guys want to go Google it, are horrible. What I think is happening right now, there used to be a balance of women and men in movies, but I think this whole woman revolution thing, let's get J-Lo to take over Netflix and make her do a movie called Mother and have all these Navy SEAL and Secret Service guys and top assassins come trying to kill her by herself, and she killing 65 men by herself. Let's have, it's just crazy, bro. Right now, these movies, all of them have women leads now. I just seen DC about to release something called, what's the damn movie with the damn girl, action movie. I'm like, God damn, I don't understand it. What happened to Arnold and fucking John Claude and fucking Steven Seagal and fucking God damn, what happened to back in the day when when Arnold came up?
Steven Seagal.
They all in Expendables. They are Expendables. They in a movie called Expendables 4.
Yep, I'm not Will Smith. He went shit.
This is my answer to Bean's question though. When I saw the fucking Marvels. I fell asleep on the first Captain Marvel. Fell asleep on this shit. We have a natural. The funniest thing is that women will fight for these rights and all of that, but they won't support this shit en masse. The women don't see it. That's the funniest part about it. So if the movie flopped, that means women didn't show up. Women have enough money and influence to carry their own economy. So if they wanted to fund those movies and make sure everybody went to see it,
I see you mean
that. So that's why I think Color Purple is actually going to flop, because of what Payne said. He said men didn't know any better than to not follow women into those influences. We didn't know any better in the past. Every American I know that's seen Color Purple. I saw that shit in school, as a matter of fact, which is extra fucked up. They showed that shit to us in school.
So this is what I say. I won't.
Men ain't going to see that shit this time, bro.
Absolutely, yeah. And now that I'm thinking about it, man, the Fire Stick game is real. Like a lot of people probably go watch that joint at home, bro. You know what I'm saying, on the Fire Stick side of the game. So I don't know, but I will say this. Sometimes I like women in some of these roles. I definitely don't appreciate y'all taking shots at Captain Marvel. Because I like Brie Larson. I think she would make a great porn star. And so therefore I just like watching her movies.
See, you can't even just say she a good actor. You got to switch her to porn. When have you ever said that about Steven Seagal? I think he'll do better in porn. When have you ever done that? Never.
Steven Seagal's a man, so I would never say that. But I wanted to go see. I wanted to go see the Marvels, right? I ain't gonna lie. I wanted to go see the Marvels, and then all this goofy stuff started happening. So me and my lady said no, but I want to go see the Marvels, man. Like, I don't mind watching women, bro. I like women. Hold on, let me say this because y'all some racists, bro. I like just because a movie has a woman as a lead or any of this type of stuff, it does not make the movie trash, bro. And whether y'all want to believe it or not, there are some women in the world that will whoop your ass. I promise you.
Where can I go get this ass whooping? Tell me, baby.
Hold on. Now I got to push back. You are right. There are. Just because a movie has a female lead doesn't make it trash. It's the storyline that makes it trash. It's the fact that these women are beating up grown men that make it trash.
Yeah, when they beating up the big old Russian dudes, that's 300.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
because none of that is realistic, and
absolutely,
it's so unrealistic that we said again, women don't even support it. They'll be like, "All right, this is trash," and they'll silently not support the shit. But I agree.
I would
with
like
you.
to see a woman as a sniper because I think there's some great. My mom be doing type shit, bro.
So and look. I think we so focused on what women can and can't do because you remember that movie American Sniper?
Yeah,
that movie was about Chris Kyle. Chris Kyle was a Navy SEAL sniper, but his wife, when he died, his wife started taking up long distance, long range shooting, and she won competitions. So who taught her? You see what I'm saying? A woman can absolutely,
it's Smoking Aces. Taraji P. Henson was a sniper. Great ass movie. Great ass movie.
Absolutely.
Great movie.
So
great movie.
What we're saying is,
it's not smoking niggas from the.
It's not what women can do. It's the prevalence. No, it's the
yeah. I like Salt too. I see that. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I like Salt.
I think they're going overboard though, because every time.
But she was doing it wrong in Salt too. Though she kept trapping them. But I mean, That's what women do.
I just think
I like it. I
man,
like
that
it.
shit was believable to me, man.
Yeah, it
Get the
was
super chat in
believable.
there, y'all. Let me get the super chat.
Oh shit! You talking
Mirror
about Trey?
$2 says, Trey, do you hate black women? Stop crying, please.
Good trade.
Yeah, no. I'll be honest. There are some black women that get on my goddamn nerves. Absolutely.
Didi is
And I'll
one
be
of
the
them.
first to say it because they're not doing things the right way out here, and they have a tendency to make all black women look bad. The same as for black men. There's some black men out here that get on my damn nerves because they make all of us look bad. So yeah,
Let's get
to
back
answer your
on,
question, Mills. Yeah, there are some black women that get on my damn nerves. Absolutely.
All right, to get back on topic, we're gonna close out with this one. Didi, we're gonna start with you. Get you over here, Ashton on his goddamn phone. How can we reduce the prevalence of DV? If we're gonna talk about solutions, if there is a way to actually do it, how do we reduce the prevalence of DV in our community?
Once you see the signs, immediately disengage. Once you see the warning signs, disengage. Once somebody is threatening you, disengage. It's time to make an exit plan. Do not allow religion and things of that and peer pressure from your family to keep you in these situations. That's a big thing as well. Don't be guilted into staying and having and thinking that you need to make things work. Leave. You need to make sure that you are safe so you can be the best for your family and children if you have any.
Can I ask Didi a question before you go on, Didi? What do you
Hell
think?
no.
Wait, let me finish answering the question. Before you get to the point where you're committed to the guy, what would you think would be part of the vetting process for a woman to see in the guy to try to ferret that out before she commits? You know what I'm saying?
Have some of these discussions, show even some of this content, and to see if what side does he agree with. Listening to somebody, being an active listener is a big key part, and using what you have heard with discernment. But listen, ask these questions. If it's a scenario you see online, show it to the person just to gauge their opinion and their viewpoint about it. That can give you some insight onto what you might have on your hands. Like I personally feel like a lot of the things that you all have said, a lot of the things that were said on the panel tonight, I feel like, oh, some of y'all niggas would beat ass. Like no bullshit. This is some of the conversations that women needed to hear to know if you get with this one, he might beat your ass.
Put a name on it.
I absolutely would. If you provoke me, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out. Absolutely.
I can put a name on it. Trey DMU, big.
Hey,
I mean,
if we're being real,
Hink, y'all give beater vibes. You know what I'm saying?
Did you just say Hink? Did you just say Hink? Did you just say Hink? Did you just call Hink? Did you just call Hink an abuser?
Hold on.
Did you just call Hink an abuser?
All right, one mic.
Why do I get the moniker of beater when I didn't start it?
Exactly.
Why am I the abuser?
Exactly. I'm not wanting to have
one that was provoked.
bitch.
When I am the one that was assaulted first. Why am I getting that title?
Your responses don't seem as if it takes much to provoke
before you respond.
Don't.
This is the subtle BS nonsense that women do. Well, they'll say little things like, "Oh, he's a beater."
Verbal abuse.
It's very small. If you don't pay attention to it, you'll miss it because you just did it.
I'm sorry,
you literally just did it. Saying, "Oh, well, he's a beater." No, I'm saying if you provoke me, if you assault me and abuse me, I'm gonna get my money's worth because I'm going to jail anyway. So I'm gonna get my money's worth. And but I'm the beater. No, she's the abuser. She's the beater. She's the aggressor. Because I don't go around putting my hands on women.
Chat that you beat ass?
I surely would. If you put your hand, but here's the thing: that has nothing to do with women. It has to do with anybody. I don't tolerate that from anybody. You don't put your hands on me at all.
I can understand. What's your name, ma'am? Man, what's your name?
It don't matter, Hank.
Y'all, let's
you ain't gonna put me in that category with them. You're not gonna put me.
She just said Hank abusive.
They sit there and said they would put hands on a woman. You didn't hear me say that. So why you put me in that same category?
I put you in that same statement because they asked you to put a name on it, and when some of the statements were made, you did nod in agreement. And for your agreement, it's complacency for me. So for me, that's enough for me to say.
They actually said that they was going to do it. They will put hands. I never said anything like that, but you gonna put me there. You thought you see my head nod?
But that's
Yeah,
exactly why you
yeah,
should
because
let
if you agree with your man,
She said you nodded your head, Hank. She said just because you nodded your head.
All of you are falling for her gaslight. All of you. I got a question. No, hold on, guys. I've been quiet all day. I've been quiet. I got a question. I got a question. Guys, I got a question for Didi. I got a question for Didi.
God, bro. Everybody want to respond because she called us beaters and abusers. We need to respond to her.
What I was going to do is
yeah, she put my name on it too.
I said I'm gonna call.
I just said y'all give the vibes.
Okay, man. I said I'm gonna put her ass on paper. That's what I said I was gonna do. And matter of fact, I said I hope they take her goddamn kids and turn her over to the goddamn state because she's a goddamn abuser. That's what I said I would do.
Nah, she says it was nothing you said, Hank. She said because you nodded your head. She said because you nodded your head. Ain't nothing you said. So y'all gonna call me abuser next? Shit.
And next,
I want to hear this.
Nigga, you abusing my
I got a question for Didi. I got a question for Didi. Didi, I got a question for you.
Why ask her a question on your time, bro? Ask her a question on your time, bro. We trying to respond to her calling us abusers. Wait,
I don't agree with you.
Man, she called me too.
That's why it's a box up.
It could have been anything they said. I could have been nodding my head. It could have been some type of delay, but I'll tell you how I feel. Please believe me. I'll let you know how I feel. If I feel no way, I'll say it. But I'm not into that putting hands on women. I'm not in. I came from a different era. We don't do that shit. But at the same time, a woman don't need to put her goddamn hands on me. So keep your goddamn hands to yourself. Because I'm going to call the police on you. I'm going to watch them take your ass away. I'm going to tell you exactly what you did.
All right, Hank, you got any insight on how we can stop DV in general in the community?
Oh, I just said it again. Call along these heifers. Fuck them. And if their kids get left there, because I'm leaving the house, I'm not staying there because I don't stay with a woman anyway unless she's my wife. I'm leaving the house and I'm gonna y'all need to come take the kids too. She don't deserve them kids. She's an abuser. She ain't gonna do but teach them kids and influence them kids to do the same goddamn thing. Mm-hmm. Fuck her ass. Send her ass to jail. And I'm pressing to the fullest.
So
is that verbal abuse?
Not even on some bullshit. That is, I'll go ahead and say my answer. Until people start receiving real consequences for their behavior, shit ain't gonna change. Men and women alike. And that's that right there. I agree with. If anybody is out here getting away with abuse of any kind, that shit will just start to fester and continue to destroy the community. What we're actually seeing is that we don't realize that this type of abusive behavior is passed down from generations. So meaning that people, your mom or your dad did it, so you got that bug in you, and you're gonna do it to your companion, so on and so forth. Your kids grow up seeing it, and then we keep having people terrorizing the community. The way I think we end this shit, man, is first off, y'all already know my motto. Fix the family first, man. Fix the family first. And the reason why I think a lot of people are unprotected and unsupported and out here making bad decisions in life companions and shit is because they're most people's family situation is fucked up in one way or another. Because I find it very interesting that yes, there's DV, so to speak, in like certain tribes, but I could never see a man beating my father's daughter, meaning my sister. I could never see a man beating my daughter. Nigga, do you know who I am? Like, you see what I'm saying? Do you know who I am? I gave her to you at our wedding. I could never. Men need to know you can't just do that. I gave her to you. I will take her back. And men need to feel that. To say, I have to treat this woman right. I got to figure out new ways to communicate. I can't just do that to this man's daughter. And it's women being attached and close to other male figures that will make an abusive male figure scared. It will scare him into new modes of behavior and communication other than abuse, or just to leave her alone entirely, which he should do. So I think that number one problem of having family together, and here's another issue that I need to fix. We as fathers have fucked this up royally. Do not, if your daughter hits your son and he hits her back, don't beat him first. Don't beat him first. I don't do it that way. We have to stop punishing boys and men for having completely human reactions to being hit. You taught this shit to your girls by punishing the boy and telling him not to hit his sister when he didn't start the shit. I'm going after my daughter first because my son now at 4 years old is getting big enough to straight throw his 6-year-old sister across the room. So when she tries to exert power over him and he has a human response, I'm gonna get with him. Don't worry about that. I'm gonna get with him for using excessive force and all that time. I'm getting with her first. Don't ever put your hands on him. Do you know what he's capable of and what he will be capable of soon? Don't do it. That's why he threw your ass into the staircase and you sitting over here crying because the shit hurt. Punish your girls for aggressing against boys. It's not good in infancy. It's not good as toddlers. It's not good for children. And it damn sure won't be good into adulthood. We stop half the problem. I guarantee it by teaching girls not to put their hands on men. You already see the stats. We stop half the problem, at least that way. So start there. And I think we'll be actually on the way to reducing DV in the community. Women who have a certain level of courtesy and deference from the size of a man who could possibly hurt them, you will stop half the problem. Learn to retreat. Get the fuck out of there, and we'll solve half the problem.
I gotta say this. I gotta say this.
Please go to Akanay.
Man, you guys should just wait for some of you talk too much. You never let somebody else ever talk. This is what I want to say, right? We all have daughters. I have a daughter. One thing I want to strive every day is to teach my daughter one thing. Have a full-blown respect for a man. Even if you like him, you don't like him, respect him. And the reason why I want to teach my daughter this is because of my own personal experience. When I was growing up, at the age of 14, we were just talking, and my cousin sister hit me for no reason, just because she just want to have the last say. I know what I did to her that day. When I was 17-year-old, a girl that I almost talked to, but I choose not to talk to her because she was going out with a friend of mine, she struck me. And I know how I felt about that. When I was in Maryland, because this is what I wanted to talk to Trey about. When I was in Maryland, a girl that we were all having political discussion with, because she didn't like the way that I corrected her for her mistake, struck me. And I whooped her ass that afternoon. It took police officers to stop us, right? But they ended up almost taking her to jail because she was the one that struck first. So my question to Didi is this. Didi, have you ever put your hand on a man?
Yes.
Okay, you've put your hand on a man because I got no. And
that's why I was able. But no, let me finish. That's
and
why
you got
I
the
was able
nerve
to
to call me an
y'all.
abuser.
Because the ass whooping
excuse me. It's my. I just asked you a question. I just needed a yes or no. I got to say the reason why I asked her this question is this. The reason why I asked her.
You proved my point.
The reason why I asked her this question is this. Every single woman on this chat room and on every single woman on the chat room that have attacked Trigger Mike and Didi, right? One thing that they have in common is their ease at putting hands on men. And one thing that I know throughout history is this: women that put hands on men always believe that they are not supposed to be held accountable. Even though they provoked and they put their hands first, have always wanted to defend themselves, even in the court of law, that they have every right to do that, which is the highest grade of narcissism. So I want to, just like Trigger Mike said, one greatest gift that I will give to my daughter is to teach her this. Don't you ever put your hand on a man. Walk away and walk to my house and tell me what happened and let me handle it. Do not, under any circumstance, put your hand on a man, because not every woman that has done that came out alive. Some women are dead today. I have a a distant cousin sister of mine in Houston. This is very sad. It's very emotional. She got into a altercation with her husband. Today, she doesn't have her head attached to her body. Her legs and arms are all cut off. And her husband today is in jail in Houston, Hunson.
Talking about
At the Hunson prison yard, serving a life sentence.
Stupid
for
still alive?
beheading, serving a life sentence for beheading her and dismembering her completely.
Oh, she's not alive, right?
She's not alive. She's completely gone. Her head chopped off. So what I'm trying to say is this, right? If you women understand that you are no match to a man when he loses it, just walk away, please. I have testimonies. I have scars to prove. I have receipts. And the greatest harm that my daughter would do to me is to put her hands on a man.
Let me say
if my daughter ever put her hand on a man, or even my own son, I will lose it on her that day. Because guess what?
You know what? Let me say this, Deacon.
I know how dangerous it is.
Because I already know the pushback that's coming for this. I know what the pushback is. And this is important. Ladies, the reason why you're gonna hear, when we already know, keep hands, feet, and objects to yourself. The reason why I would push to talk to the ladies first, and Trey can attest to this, is because anything a man can do and anything the police can react to, the shit has already been done. The police are a reactive force. So most of the battle is teaching you how to not have shit go down, how to avoid an altercation. That's the only safety you actually have as a woman. That's the only thing we could teach our daughter. The police show up after your arm broke, after your neck snapped. That might not help you. So I know y'all pushback for this is going to be like, talk to the men, talk to the men. We already do what we can do to abusers, which is lock them the fuck up or kill them on sight if they have a deadly weapon. But that's after they did something wrong. So we got to figure out how to
But Trigger, we talk to the men their entire lives.
Right.
Your entire life, you've been talked to about how to treat a woman.
Absolutely.
Since you were a kid, you've been taught as a man, don't hit a woman, don't hit a girl. As you grow, we've been talking to the men for years.
Absolutely.
They already know because men have grown up and said, we're tired of it.
No.
A lot of men have said we're tired. Listen, I was in a relationship where a woman put her hands on me on multiple occasions, and I did nothing until one time I told her, I said, listen, the next time you put your hands on me, I'm going to show you just how much stronger I am than you are, and it's not going to be pretty for you. Do you think that stopped her? Do you think that it would register in her head, this man is tired of you putting your hands on him? You think that in her logical brain, she would go, this man can probably snap you in half? He's been to Iraq before. He's had to shoot weapons before. At what point in time does the logic kick in? It never kicked in. It never kicked in.
The logic kicked in was
Hang on, Didi. It never kicked in. So there was another incident. And she got her ass whooped. And let me tell you what happened. The first thing she did, she said was, I can't believe you did that to me.
Now, Didi,
wait, BMU. Please let her respond. Please let her respond.
You said she kept doing this to you. This was something that you had to tell her. The next time that you do this, it's not going to turn out well for you. The fact that you had kept sticking around through the abuse, you were conditioning her.
That's why I told you to
believe that nothing would happen, which means that from the very first instance, you should have left her. You had no business still communicating with this bitch after that first incident.
Didi, here's the issue.
You happened to beat her ass. You should have left that first day.
Here's the issue. You've completely skipped over what she did the first couple times and gone directly to.
It shouldn't have happened the first. It shouldn't have been a couple of times, baby. Because time number one, it's time to go.
Hang on, Didi. You skipped over the first time. You skipped over the second time. You went directly to my response. When your response should have been, she got what it was coming because she was warned. That should have been your proper response. But instead, you skipped over all of that and went straight to me.
You were warned. You were warned that this was an abuser time and time again, and you didn't believe the fat meat was greasy. See, she kept doing this shit to you. After the first time she did that shit, you should leave. You don't ever allow anybody. You don't give anybody. There are no second chances when you are dealing with an abuser. There are no second chances, Trey.
I agree. That's the only thing I agree with.
From now on, and the rest of
I agree with that 100% on
there are
that
no
one.
second chances.
Hang on.
Trey, you gotta let this one go, bro.
Hang on, Didi, you're contradicting yourself because earlier you said that there is no perfect world. Now you're saying that you should have left the first time. So which one is it? Because you all
no
over the
perfect
place.
world, meaning that you can't stop these things from happening.
If there's no perfect world on the female side, why is it suddenly a perfect world on the male side?
It does not insinuate that it's a perfect world. Giving reason that it's not a perfect world means
don't do that. Don't do that, Mike. Let that be.
You've been shown that somebody is an abusive towards you. So you supposed to leave that person the fuck alone. Why sit there and try to get hit again? You thought you was gonna love her.
But Didi, earlier in the conversation, I said that I said something about the woman and she should have never done it. And your response was, this is not a perfect world.
Do it again? My response is you thought she won't gonna do it again.
Don't die on this hill, bro. Please.
Yeah, don't.
I have a question.
At the end of the day,
police on the heifer.
Thank you. That's right. Call the fucking police the first time.
I was the fucking police. I'm
your
trying to
friends.
tell you it doesn't work.
Why you didn't call your friends?
The judicial system is not fair. There are crimes that men commit and that women commit, and women are not punished the same. That is a fact. I'm not making that up.
Hang
on, Didi. All this bullshit about call the police. I'm telling you, because I was the guy who showed up.
Okay, and here comes the bullshit. And everybody who knows, and most women who know, who have dated police officers know, y'all are the craziest motherfuckers to date.
We
and y'all are the most vindictive niggas in the fucking world. There is nothing worse than dating a motherfucking cop and breaking up with
Somebody said Didi is using her GGs to confuse us.
That's the reason why when you finally did beat her ass, you didn't go to jail for it. Because you abused your fraternal orders of police power for that. That's probably
Didi, somebody said that you're using your GGs to confuse us.
Let me get these super chats real quick, y'all. Let me get the super chat. Lauren Mack, member for 16 months. How you doing? If you share a child with the next who abused you, should you warn the new partner if the abuser moves on?
None of my business.
What is she asking? I'm missing it.
I will.
She's asking you. Your woman was abusive. Y'all break up. She get with a new guy. You tell the guy, hey, man, just so you know, she will put hands on you.
Oh no, fuck that.
It's not my. It's not my place.
Hey, Mike, I'm gonna tell him to check his police report. Check her goddamn police report because I put something on
facts. Check her abuse facts. Check his
abuse facts. Damn,
I'm calling the police on you.
Hey, nope. Didi actually said. Wait, somebody said check it. Run a background check. That was Payne, I think. Yep. If y'all gonna continue dating, run a background check on it.
Do a beat effect.
It's free. All right, BZ says, let her finish.
Absolutely.
My man, John the Baptist, $10 says, yes, Trigger, fix the family. Leave black women alone who don't know when a man talks, she needs to be quiet. Leave black women who don't know that the order of God is man, God, man, woman. Leave these feminist, unruly women alone. To be quite honest, that's real talk, because half of it is the men's fault for you wanting to go deeper with a woman that didn't show you respect in the first goddamn place.
Pause.
Okay, so
that's not a pause. Old people that wasn't even a pause.
Trey, what did you do to this man? He's on
the Bill 36 says Trey weak, getting beat by women. Damn. He on your head, Trey, for real.
No,
John the Baptist, $5. Proverbs 9:13, King James Version, 13th edition, I guess. A foolish woman is clamorous. She is simple and knoweth nothing.
Damn,
that's Old Testament. They just said knoweth.
I got a question for Miss Didi, who called me an abuser as well.
You're up.
I have a question. When you beat up the guy that you beat up, what was your expectations? Did you want him to just sit there and take the ass whooping and not respond to you, or did you just beat his ass and he should sit there and take it from you?
Oh, absolutely. I didn't have any expectations of him doing anything other than accepting accountability for getting that ass whooping for the disrespect that he rendered. So yeah, that was what it
So
was.
what he did to you was versus physical altercation.
Excuse me?
What he did to you, right, wasn't physical. It was something that he did that pissed you off, that made you beat him up.
Yeah, I caught him cheating.
So you caught him cheating and you didn't have any self-control and you decided to put your hands on him.
Yes, absolutely. I was a teenager at that time, and absolutely, yes.
So you didn't have, so the expectations was he wasn't gonna hit you back.
No, the expectations were he was not gonna hit me back. He had already been caught cheating. It was right in front of my face, and okay, take that L, my nigga.
Okay, that's fine. Lord have mercy. So let me say this. I have a brother, and my brother is nothing like me. He's the opposite, complete opposite. And my brother was dating this young lady. Her name was Kimberly Woolhite. Shout out to her. Fuck you and all your family. And she was very abusive, like her mother. And my brother was dating her, and I thought everything was good. Well, they came to visit me, and my brother wanted me to just get to know her as a person and not about her family. So they stayed here for a week in at my house, and my wife called me and she said, "Baby, your brother and his girl into it. You need to come home and take care of it." I said, "I'm on my way." I said, "Get the kids and go to your sister's house, because if it's that bad, get them out of there." So I get home, I walk in, she's sitting there, he's sitting on the couch, and she's just sitting there in his face. I say, "Dude, you're not gonna restrain her? You gonna do shit?" He said, "Just let her get it off, man. She'll chill out in a minute." I said, "Well, first of all, y'all in my house, so I need y'all to chill out, because you're breaking some shit. She gonna buy the shit." And she was like, "Bitch, you can get it too." I said, "Ma'am, that's not what you want, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm gonna ask you right now, I'm gonna ask you to leave." I told my brother, "Get the bitch out my house." And she swung on me and she hit me. And I just looked at my brother. I said, "Now, out of respect for you, I'm gonna chill." He picked up the shoe and hit me in the head with the shoe. Cool.
He hit you?
So oh yeah. She hit me. So what I did was,
you said she hit you or he hit you?
No. She hit me in the head with the shoe. She hit me the first time, grazed me a little bit. Then she threw the shoe, hit me in the head, in the face with it. So I took her, picked her up, body slammed her in the fucking coffee table, and dragged her out the fucking front door. See, because what happened is, you can't control the natural nature of a man. You cannot control what the reaction of a man would be if a man is disrespected or a man is angry. Now, I told her 2 times, "Get out my house." I said, "Get out my house." And then you talking about you're going to do it to me, what you're doing to my brother. And then you're going to swing on me in my own house. No. Me and my brother was raised, never put your hands on a woman. And I still stick by that. Don't put your hands on a woman. Men, if you're angry, go somewhere else. However, if someone is it by law, right? Because we can sit up here and call dudes all night bitch ass niggas and abusers. But by law, because you said it earlier, by law, that man has a right to remove you any way he wants to if you put your hands on him. Any way he wants. You may think the morality, you may think his morals are off, but by law, in many states, if you put your hands on a man, he has a right to remove you by any means necessary. That can be by heat, by beat, or by putting you to sleep. It doesn't matter. He can do whatever he wants to remove you. So the people in the chat, the people on the panel, if you feel like men are being abusive, or Didi, you like you said, "Oh, y'all seem like y'all abusive." No, it's not being abusive. It's a man learning how to protect himself. Because what happens if she gets angry and hits you with a shoe this time, and next time it's a brick, or next time?
What?
Hold on.
Let me ask this. Hold on, John the Baptist.
Come on now.
Come on.
I don't think I've ever asked this question outright.
Come on now.
Didi and the women in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Is a man permitted? Is it all right for him if you straight swing on him and catch, boom, all 5 fingers in his face?
Mm-hmm.
Is it cool for him to hit you back in the same manner you gave it to him? Is it cool for him to hit you back?
Boy,
Of course not.
What?
Of course not.
So you can hit a man.
Hold on. Don't go back and forth. That ain't what the Old Testament teaches. The Old
Okay.
The Old
Testament teaches.
Testament don't
Hey,
count.
ladies
It's the
in the
New
chat,
Oh,
Covenant.
hey,
please
don't
let us
do that.
know.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Whoever just said that, don't do that. If she
It's
put your
the
head,
New Covenant. The Old Testament don't count.
bruh, stop. I don't need you correcting me right now. Just be
Can,
quiet.
can we not? Can we not do the Bible thing? Can we just
No,
not
don't.
do it? Can we move? Can we
I don't
move
want to do
past
the
it?
Bible. I don't want to do the law. I don't want to do none of that. That's
I
these
just
niggas
want.
always want to bring that shit up in every conversation as
All I
if
want
that.
to say is
All right, let
all I
John the
want.
Baptist get it out.
This is what I'm gonna say
There
right
you go.
here. Y'all dudes need to stop. Y'all dudes need to stop saying that you will never hit a woman. Stop saying that. Let that language die. Whether you will do it or whether you won't do it, stop saying it. Let that woman live in fear that you would do it. If she buck up at you, you buck back up at her. Let her live in fear. That way she will feel the hand of God. She needs to understand that she has consequences for every decision that she makes. Whether you hit her or don't hit her, don't say that you won't ever do it.
Said the fear of God.
This
This is
nigga.
your potential abuser.
Wait, hold up, y'all. Hold up.
I
Do you
feel
know?
The, la-
Wait, hold
the
up.
last,
Do you
the,
know?
okay.
Hold on,
Sound
y'all.
Would y'all
Do you
let
know my pastor once? Hold on. You know my pastor once said the way men are the only ones who actually fear God, or the way it's supposed to be. The fear of God for women is the fear of man. Like I heard that several times growing up. The way women learn to obey God is through the natural fear that they
Yes.
have of men. The reverence and respect that they're supposed to have is for their it's for their fathers, for their brothers, for their husband, so on and so forth. You can see now that even though all these women are in church, they out here running the street. They don't have a fear of God. They don't
Now
at
you saw
all.
that the slave master used that same rhetoric and said that the fear of God is what made good slaves. You got to watch how you use that shit.
Beans, can you please
Yeah.
respond
okay,
to
I
me?
don't know why. I don't
My
know what the
context
fuck you bringing
is
in with slave into this
No,
shit. But this
this
is what
shit
I
is
got to say.
retarded,
The
bro.
last time a woman put her hands on me, I broke her all her bones. I don't take that bullshit.
God
Abuse.
damn.
If you put your hand on me,
You're gonna have an
I'm beating
African
the shit out. I'm beating the shit out of you completely. She did it in Maryland, right? She did it in Maryland. I whoop her ass really, really bad. I told you guys
So
that
hold on.
police. It was
Let me
police
answer.
officers that
Let
came
me
and
answer this.
separate us.
Let
I
me
don't take
answer
that
this
bullshit.
before. Hold on, Ikene. So this is one of those nuanced conversations, because if you can see the title of the show, Nurse Fancy, it's keep your hands to yourself. I would prefer nobody hit anybody. I'm not an abusive man. I can't even think of a scenario where I would ever like hit my wife. Like, this is what I want people to understand. These scenarios and situations are supposed to be rare, and people are not supposed to do them. We would prefer nobody hit anybody, but let's look at the
Trigger.
stats as they stand, right?
Trigger.
We
Let me
are
ask
trying
you
to
a
figure out a
question.
middle ground on both ends.
Yes, Trigger.
True.
Trigger,
Yeah.
let me go. What you said to Dee Dee, and she answered. You asked her a question,
Yeah.
and you said, if you hit a man, do you expect him to hit her back? And she said no. That's where this conversation should have stopped, and we should have asked, how do you figure that that's something that you should be able to get away with? So if
Absolutely.
you want to get to a point where we could have some kind of understanding,
Ask the
what's the
question, RP.
psychology? Wait a minute,
No,
what's the
there is no
psychology of a woman who thinks she can hit somebody without any reprisal? And I would like that. That's the question I'd like to have answered.
There you go.
But Mr. Payne, respectfully, it's not. That's not the. It's not
I'm
about it being
asking
a
her though.
question. I understand that, but I'm saying it's not about it being a question, right? The point is to let her talk. Every time she says something, I'm not disagreeing with you, Mr. Payne. I'm not. What I'm saying is every time she says something, and then we no, let this motherfucker talk.
Yes.
The more you let her talk, the more she gets to expose the real reason why these bitches getting their ass beat. But y'all don't want to fucking let her talk.
That's right.
Let her say all this crazy psychobabble bullshit, so
Spoken
she
like
can
a real
expose
abuser.
exactly why women get hit. It's okay. We already know
abuser.
logic is going to escape her
fourth
in this
time
conversation. That's not
ass
disrespect.
beating
She's a
champ.
woman.
Damn.
Let her talk.
She said Beans is the fourth time ass beat. But you don't know Beans though. She Beans. She
I
said,
don't even know what she said.
I
This is
don't
what I'm
need to
saying.
know him to hear what he
Wait, this
just
is what I'm saying.
admitted
She
about
just said
beating
something about
ass
me, and I
all
don't even
over
know what
this.
she said because everybody else talking. Let her talk, please.
Okay,
guys.
good. Yeah, go ahead. Repeat that, DD.
Go ahead.
All right. No, hold on. Let me rephrase the question really quickly. I'm sorry, not even rephrase the question.
Oh no, how come you just went
So
over what
you,
I just said? She
no,
hasn't
no, hold
answered
on,
why
Payne, hold on. So you and other women in the chat said a man getting struck, fist punched in the face by a woman should not have a human response, and he is not allowed to retaliate. Why?
I didn't say it shouldn't have a human response. I said that he should be in more self-control to be able to retaliate in a different manner. He does not have to resort to returning that same force through fists with her. He doesn't have to exert that amount of force to get her off of him or reduce her as a threat. He doesn't have to exert that type of force to stop her from being a threat.
Well, let me give you a little bit of pushback, because not only can these little freaking devils be strong as fuck sometimes, women automatically know most of the time that they are outmatched, so they start to pick up objects, they start to throw things, they start to brandish weapons against the man. So that is why you see some of these things being more common. What is he supposed to do force-wise, right? Fight or flight. What is he supposed to do force-wise to subdue a woman who's attacking him?
Restrain her. You know what I'm saying? Like old boy said, he picked her up and escorted her out of his home. If you need to bear hug and escort out, you know what I'm saying? Use the methods of restraint. There are restraint methods that a lot of men are aware of. The same method that you would use for a child, you're not going to exert a certain amount of force on a child because you know that you're the bigger one. You know you're the stronger vessel here.
Y'all beat children. Literally.
And the same way that we beat children is not the same way that we would beat a bitch ass in the street.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm calling the police.
This is why
if I'm fighting in the street, right? It's not going to be. I would never render the same amount of force to my child that I would somebody in the street.
Let me get these super chats and we're going to get Big Al in there. Big Al, sorry I didn't get you before. We're going to get you on this next one. All right. Big Ant says, DD, you ain't worth a damn with the camera on or off. Keep your hands to yourself. Both men and women cause the response is not up to you. It's on me. 100. How can you 100 your own? Big Ant, you funny. Reese Anderson, $2. Damn, what are those double Z's making my mind? We've been distracted from the topic, man. God damn. Reese again, $5. My grandfather was a womanizer, alcoholic, and woman beater. So my father put the fear of God in me when I was young, but I'm older, and it depends, to be honest. Yeah, man. All right. Big Al, you got the floor, bro.
You're not gonna let everybody who she called a beater have an opportunity to address that.
Let me get Big Al.
All of y'all have admitted to beating ass. So where the fuck was the lie?
I have not. I did not.
I think I already proved to you that I didn't say nothing about beating ass. I'm calling the police on you.
Hold on. Wait. To be fair, you. So if everybody did it, you including you in that everybody? Because you beat some ass too.
I didn't say everybody. Y'all asked me to put names on it, and I named names.
Okay. Man, Trigger Mark, what are you guys talking about? If somebody put her hands on me, I'm putting my hands on her. What the hell?
Beater.
Okay, we heard you.
Look at him in his wife beater because he only do his wife beater.
Crazy, bro.
I have a question. If you put your hands on me, I'm putting my hands on you.
We heard you, brother.
Let's let Big Al go. Go ahead, sir.
So I have a question for DD and all the women in the chat. So, what's the argument about what Priscilla say? She said all the men are violent.
I don't get to face my accuser.
Did she say that? What's the deal with that? When most women are the ones who are the DV people that really start DV in most cases. What's the deal? What's your thought on that, DD?
I mean, who started it is a subjective subject. And when you got men like you all on the panel who are easily triggered, it doesn't take much for you to feel disrespected. You can have these type of volatile moments, and it doesn't take much.
I don't be around bitches like that.
Right.
Wait,
I don't either.
What are we talking about?
Let her talk.
So women starting most domestic violence incidents is also men's fault. Is that what we're saying?
I don't know if that's a truth. I don't know if that's a fact.
Hold on, I got the
Man,
Because the thing about it is
matter.
sometimes when y'all get confronted about something that you've done, then you turn it into an argument. Then you mad because you're getting confronted about what you've done. I've seen this happen a lot of times. Like I've seen y'all be unhinged about being confronted.
Absolutely.
Didn't you start it when you hit your man? You started
No,
the
I didn't
domestic.
start it.
No,
You did?
you hit him. You did start it.
Yeah, you
Right.
did.
I didn't start that.
It ain't against the law to cheat on your ass.
Man, you changed your story up.
Shit, it ain't against the law to cheat on your
That's
ass.
me starting it. Just because I initiated with the goddamn hit don't mean that I started the motherfucking
Yes, you started the shit. What you mean?
The altercation started before I hit him.
Let her
The
say this
altercation
dumb
started
shit.
before the hit.
Y'all ass crazy,
So
bro.
you started. You initiated when you started. When you hit him first.
An altercation starts before people get hit. An altercation can start verbally.
Yeah, but we talking about the domestic violence now. We talk about
it's not like
right?
somebody. It's not like I walked in and hauled off and hit him. No,
Wait. Do y'all not hit, bro? God fucking damn it, bro. Listen.
I got you, DD. I got you.
Gotta let, bro, listen to what she just said. You gotta let her fucking talk. She just said a few seconds ago that y'all let any little thing trigger you, and now she's arguing for verbal words being enough for her to hit a motherfucker. So this is why I'm saying you gotta let these women
about my
talk.
situation.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to explain to you about my 19-year-old situation.
You was a victim. I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
Anything.
Whatever your story is, whatever your story is, you win. What I want is just the opportunity to speak my piece. That's it. Y'all gotta, if you let them talk, they will wrap the noose around their own fucking neck.
You listen with the intent to respond, and you never let nobody
at the
talk.
end of the day, when she specifically just said about us that any little thing will trigger us, and now she's arguing for verbal.
I said you was a beater, and you got up here and talked about how you beat bitches' ass. I said you was a beater, and that's what you said. I said
Didi, are you not a beater?
Potential beater.
Didi, are you not a beater?
You accused us earlier.
I've never lied on none of you niggas. All of y'all have presented this image about yourself based on the shit you said.
Absolutely.
And you'll find out how abusive you are.
Absolutely.
Once we let you talk, we find out how abusive you are. When we do the background check on you, we find abuse in your record.
Absolutely.
Not mine.
Absolutely. Now here's the thing.
All right, one mic.
When everybody else was in the box,
you're a beater.
He won't put me in the box with her for whatever reason. When everybody else was in the box with her, I let y'all rock. I ain't say shit, bro. So here's the thing right here, right? We have to let this happen. Right. I used to think that we as men had to provide the evidence. What Kevin Samuels taught us was let these heifers talk. You got to let them talk because they exposed themselves. She took everything we said, and you know what she took out? She took out the fact that the women incited those incidents. She took that out. Right. So already she's proving that women don't like accountability. She's one of those women who don't want accountability for women. See, this is why I'm saying you got to let this talk. We can't expect for them to have the logic, but we will be able to examine her commentary later on and expose it in our reactions on all of our channels and say, do you see? They don't like accountability. I said when I first started talking that women don't give a shit about men. They don't care about us emotionally. They don't care about us psychologically. They don't give a fuck about us. Right? They think anything that they say and do to us should be okay, and we should be either willing to take it or leave them alone. Right? So all she's doing is proving that point, which is why I'm saying let her talk. What I said was, in one situation, I never touched another motherfucker. In the second situation, what I said was a motherfucker came and took my daughter. And when I switched that situation and put the woman in my shoes, she specifically stated that she didn't think nothing should happen to that person. But now I'm a beater. You see what I'm saying? This is why you got to let them talk.
You was a beater.
Absolutely, you 100% correct. Whatever the fuck you want to say. When you was talking, I didn't say shit. I didn't cut you off. I didn't interrupt you one time when you was talking.
Yes, you did. No, yes, you absolutely did. Yes,
everybody else has, and not me. I've been begging them to let you talk. But that just proves, see what I mean? This is how delusional they are. I've been begging them to let you talk. I've been the one person begging them to let you talk. But you want to say I was cutting you off. See, this is what I mean.
You did.
So this is what we have to deal with. Y'all in love with the size of her boobs, but the size of her boobs is the number one indicator that she is abusive to men. There's nothing natural about that shit. See how I get my jokes in? Now that was a joke. So let me get back to reality. I just want to throw my joke in there to lighten up the mood. But the truth of the matter is,
and you know I dropped one on you.
When the sister said that she struck the dude because he was cheating on her, we all know that is inciting violence. We all know.
19 years old. However, how is it that you can agree with him? Let me ask you a question. No, you never went on the whole tangent. You land your plane. You never went on the whole tangent. But how is it that when how can you agree with Hink when Hink say, "Oh, I started the shit," but yet because I hit old boy, but yet you don't feel like you started the shit when you done hit old girl?
I didn't say that.
You beat the bitch that you still with right now.
I didn't say that.
You said you got in a physical altercation with the one you still with. You're the beater, my nigga. I'm not coming out and pulling shit out of my ass.
But you don't know that. You don't know. So what happened?
You said
what happened?
That.
I know what happened. What happened?
You said that. She stuck around, I guess.
Right, but what happened? What happened in the situation?
Sound like y'all forgave each other.
Right,
I
but
don't forgive that type of shit.
You're saying that I beat her, so that means you know the story. So what happened?
You said y'all got into a physical altercation and y'all still are together. That's what I said. That's what you said.
Let's suppose I did say that. I said we got into a physical altercation and we still together. So you saying a man and a woman in a physical altercation equates to a man being a beater?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Exactly. So this is why I'm telling y'all, let them talk. See, when they highlight their stupidity, then we can talk to them and say,
tell me you beat a bitch ass and then say you're not a beater because it only happened once.
So here's the thing about it. Wait, here's the thing about it. BD, 1 second. Here's the thing about it. In real life, what I was gonna say, if you would have let me talk, but you don't want to let me talk because you know I'm kicking your ass right now. What I was really gonna say is, we all know that when you fuck that man, yes, you incited physical violence. But nobody is gonna sit here and pretend like we don't understand that a woman finding out that she's being cheated on will be enough reason for her to hit you. We know that that's the truth. No, we don't have to pretend like that's not true in order for us to make our point. Guess what? He probably deserved to get hit. Who cares? Because that's the real conversation. The real conversation is stop pretending like people don't deserve to get fucking hit. Man, woman, child, y'all beat children. You literally I wish I could get the screen blown up to me. You black women literally beat children. You literally take the skin off their fucking bodies with your belts, with your stitching cords, with anything close to you. You call your daughters bitches and hoes. You tell your sons they not gonna be shit. You are the queens of verbal, emotional, and psychological abuse. But then you don't think you deserve any. Get the fuck out of here.
It's such
any human being on earth can earn an ass whooping. Period. Man, woman, fucking child. It don't fucking matter. Anybody can earn an ass whooping. So I'm not finna sit up here and tell you you was wrong for hitting that nigga when you found out he was cheating on you. Because if I walk in on my girl cheating on me, I'm gonna punch her ass too. Fuck out of here. Nobody finna tell me I can't have a human emotion, a human reaction, kiss my ass. But
I will take accountability and say that I could have handled things better and I shouldn't have put my hands on him. I should have left that nigga the fuck alone though.
Absolutely.
If you gotta beat them, you don't need them. That's how that go. Anybody you gotta beat on, you don't need them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So here's the thing. The fact of the matter is this. To me, I feel like because I'm one of those guys who I have experienced so many different things, all of the quote unquote low life situations that happen to poor people and all this type of shit, the degenerates and all that other type of shit, I feel like I'm qualified to explain why we go through a lot of that shit, right? It is what it is. So at the end of the day, I'm not here to excoriate the sister because she had a human reaction. But my thing is, understand, sis, I know for a fact if a fly came into your face, you would swat the fuck out that motherfucker. We chase flies around the house when the motherfuckers get in our face too much trying to kill them bitches. A fly is this fucking big. You can't tell me you can't understand some big ass human in your space might make you want to smack the fuck out their ass. The fuck out my face. I have never, what I said, well, you don't want to quote me, right? What I said was I've never punched a woman, but I have slapped the shit out of a woman. I've definitely choked a woman. Absolutely. You don't get to disrespect me for 6 months and think I'm just going to be okay with it after that. I should have did it at 3 months. But the fact of the matter is, we all know that anybody on this planet, bro, has the propensity for violence. Man, woman, child. I just did a story about a 12-year-old who murdered a motherfucker in a Sonic parking lot. I'm doing a story about the young boy that beat the teacher up because she took his video game system away from him. You see the video, and I mean, this boy is about 5'11", 250, pounding on this white woman, beating her ass. They about to get his boy to some Buck Rogers numbers. Okay, people have a propensity for violence, so the narrative should be keep your hands to yourself if you don't want to have to fight. Now, to women out here that you waking up from this nigga hitting on you, man, call your uncles, call your brothers, get your shit together, get the fuck out that situation. I don't want no woman. It's women out here that actually suffer abuse. It's women out here that they boyfriends is waking them up, beating their motherfucking asses. I got a sister in the fucking hospital where she just came home from being stabbed up from a nigga. And she been fucking with this nigga consistently. And he been beating her ass for years. Years. Now, do I think it's partially her fault? Yes, but it ain't because she stayed. It's because of her fucking mouth. Because I know how her mouth is because I'm in a relationship with her goddamn sister. But at the end of the day, fuck this nigga. Move the fuck on. Get the fuck out that situation. Stop being in these abusive ass relationships with men or women. I don't want to pretend like I don't care. I've been
because it's our damn mouth. It's our damn mouth.
Absolutely. But at the same time, Ekene, absolutely. But at the same time, as much as I can sit here and say, yeah, I slapped the motherfucker, I choked the motherfucker, I ain't never stabbed nobody. That's bullshit, bro. I ain't never punched a woman.
It is bullshit.
Bullshit, bro. You don't gotta punch no woman.
It's her damn mouth.
No, don't put your.
So this is a woman in your own family, and you have not come to her defense, and this just shows that
She's not in my family,
point does
but
not stand. But it just shows Ikene's point doesn't stand. Some of these niggas know that women have family members and men in their family that love them, and they don't give a fuck.
Unfortunately, she doesn't. That's the pro.
If she loves herself, right? Let me just
independent.
Hold on. Let me get super chat, y'all.
Trigger Mike. Okay, good.
Proverbs 7:10, New International Version. Do you literally know the version of every script that you want to cite? I can't do this. Then out came a woman to meet him, dressed like a prostitute and with crafty intent. What does that even mean, John the Baptist? Big Ant, my man, $10. Mike, you wrong for having pain on this late. He going to be sleeping for 2 days straight to recover. I know. Get him some Metamucil or something. Angie W, $5. Why stay after disrespect? She throws something. She calls you a B. It usually a lot of clear signs abuse. Y'all skipping. Why y'all stay? I'm not.
Let me address this.
Yes, Angie, you are right. We are going to coach men and women. So women don't seem to listen to men. So maybe they'll listen to other women who have gone through it. We are coaching men not to look. I'm coaching men not to stay after disrespect. Absolutely. Y'all need to know what it's like to be with a woman you don't fight with. I don't fight with my wife, man. Like, y'all, literally what I don't even know what a real argument is. Any disagreement is met with an effort for immediate consensus and common ground. That's what I want for all men.
That's right.
Every single disagreement, not even argument, a disagreement is met with in clear intent to reach common ground, so we keep the shit moving forward. That's what relationships are supposed to be like.
But let's
she said, let me respond to that. No, please wait, because she said something to me. Let me respond to that. Didi, let me say something to you, right? I love my sisters so much that when my sister caused a trouble to the guy that was going to marry her, I asked her to go home. And I also told her it was a damn mouth, because I know how big her mouth is.
Absolutely.
I'm not naive. I'm a human being that works in logic. And I'm logical, I'm not emotional. I tell women all the time, keep your damn hands to yourself, and it's always your damn mouth. Don't push a man, don't gaslight a man. If you know that guy is hot temper. Go home. Don't be around. Don't you ever put your hand on a man. So to respond to you, I heard what you said and I heard it clearly. But I also got to say this to you. I don't take pleasure in fighting a woman. It's only happened 3 times in my life, and those 3 times I was never happy. I've never had any issue with a woman since I was 22. I'm 43 now, going into 44 in a few days. I have never in almost 20 years argue or fight a woman, because those 3 times when I was a teenager, I didn't like it. But guess what? I took that lesson that I shouldn't take bullshit. Before I go into a relationship with a woman, this is what I always say to every single girlfriend I had after I was 22, 23. I tell every single one of them, I will not take you putting your hands on me. I'm going to whoop your ass. And every single girlfriend I had since I was 22 knew what was going to happen, and they never put their hands on me, including my wife. I told my wife many times, if I have an argument with you, if we get into any argument or fight or argument or whatever it is, verbal argument, do not put your hands on me, because it's not going to turn out good. And she has respected that since the past 14 years we've been together. She respect that. Never put your hands on me.
So hold on, Ekene. Trigger, can you please put that super chat back on the screen? It's an absolute great question, man. This cannot go ignored to me. Why stay after the disrespect? She throws something. She calls you a B. It's usually a lot of clear signs of abuse y'all skipping. Why y'all stay? You know why? Because we were trained to. You know who trained us to? Our mothers. See, this is what I'm saying. You watch your mama be this person. See, this is why y'all don't ever want to really have this deep conversation. We watch our mamas be these people. See, look at DD's face, right? But I watched my mama stab my daddy in the back. He was trying to steal the car. He was on drugs. I watched her put a butcher knife through his fucking back. You know how much therapy I got behind that? Absolutely none. Had to go to school the next day. Right? So this is what I'm saying. We watch the violence. We watch our mom. Now, I'm not throwing my mom on the bus. My mom's a great woman. But again, she came from the violence. You see what I'm saying? We watch this growing up. We watch these volatile relationships. And then when we start questioning it, people say, that's your mama. Don't judge your mama. You don't know what your mama going through. We are trained to overlook women's behavior. It's cheaper to keep her and all this other stuff. We have been trained that. Now, this new generation, they got Trigger Mikes. They got Hinks. They got Trays. They got some people that they can listen to, so they're going to be different. They're not going to tolerate a lot of this bullshit. But that's why we stayed a lot, because we were trained to believe that this is just how our women are.
Stop bouncing, DD. Goddamn.
Hey, yo.
Can y'all hear me?
I got a
Can you
question.
guys hear me?
She been doing it on purpose. She been trying to come.
Big Al got a question for Trey.
Y'all were about the wrong shit, man.
So Trey, I'm asking you a question because you're a police officer, right? So Didi is making a point. Oh, if she hits you, just call the police. So, I mean, I sort of believe that, but I sort of am confused because I've been in situations where I should have called the police, but I just made an effort to get out of the situation, because I didn't want to beat the shit out, tear this lady up, and then be in a position where she calls the police instead, So what's your tactical, I guess, opinion for a guy that needs to call the police in that kind of situation to make sure it's obvious he's the one that's the victim?
I'm going to be honest with you. The fact of the matter is anytime you get into a domestic violence situation with a woman, depending on what jurisdiction you're in, it's a toss-up. You're rolling the dice. You don't know what you're going to get when the officers get there. I'm just being honest with you. I'm telling you the honest truth. You don't know what you're going to get. You can get an officer like me who understands female nature and is going to investigate this crime a certain way, right? And is going to get down to the nitty-gritty and is going to ask certain questions to get certain answers. Or you can get the officer who already thinks when he was reading the notes on the way to your house, you are already guilty before you got out the car, before he gets out the car. It is a roll of the dice. And I will say this, there have been guys who have left scenes who have done the right thing and walked away and still got arrested. Because
absolutely.
guess what? Because it's her story. It's her story now versus yours, and you weren't there to tell it. You weren't there to tell your story because you left. So now the only person for them to talk to is her, and she can say whatever she wants because there's nothing on the contrary. So I'm telling you, that's why when I hear this, oh, I'm going to call the police, I'm like, I did this for a living. I'm telling you, you are rolling the dice because you don't know what you'll get. You have no idea what you'll get. You may get lucky. You may get an officer, a senior officer, one that's been around the block, been on the department for 10, 15 years, knows how these things sort of go, and will give you the fair investigation that you are due by your rights, your constitutional rights. Or you may get the guy who's fresh out of the academy and has been trained since he was growing up. Don't hit women. Don't do this. Don't do that. Because they don't shake that, by the way, out of the academy when you get out of the academy. That's not trained out of you out of the academy. These guys who are from the South and from South Carolina and Mississippi and Alabama who come up to these cities, well, how are they trained? They are trained, treat women a certain way. And they get on the police department, they do the same exact thing. As a matter of fact, just to give you a little snippet of it, when we're in the academy, they have to actually train you not to help her in a firefight because most guys want to go run to go help the female officer because it's ingrained in you since you were a child. That's why I said men have been trained since childhood how to do all this. This isn't something that happens when you become an adult. We were told since we were 3, 4 years old, don't hit the girl, don't hit a girl. She hit you, don't hit her back. Go tell some. This stuff has been happening since we were children, and all it does is just gets worse and worse and worse as you become an adult. So I honestly, I wish I could give you an answer and say, look, this is what you do. You just do this, you do that, and you'll save yourself. No, you are honestly rolling the dice, and the neighbor could call, the person driving down the street could call, anybody can call. The police department don't care who called, they just want the crime reported. They don't give a damn who called first. You don't know what you're going to get. What I will say is this. When you are on the scene, try to be as calm as possible. But it's an emotional thing. And I understand guys who are worked up and they're upset. Being assaulted by a woman is emasculating. So I can understand that the man he's upset. He's like, yo, I can't believe this happened to me. But try to be as calm as you possibly can and try to have that conversation with the officer. Like, look, this is how it went down. This is what happened. And as long as you look calm and under control, it looks better for you in the long run. But again, you really are rolling the dice. That's the only way I can explain it.
And let me jump in here real quick because Didi, that question you asked earlier, I thought that was a really disingenuous question. No, it wasn't even you. I'm sorry. It may have been you. I don't know. Somebody said, well, why don't people just call? Well, why don't men just call the police? What? It is a toss up. You don't know what. Like, I'm drawing a blank right now. It was some dumb shit that went on in my crib, my condo. Oh no, never mind. I was about that. Y'all ever been to that condo? Yeah, I ain't been to that condo. My condo that went down. I called the police thinking I was doing the right thing. I got shit at the door and I got cuffs slapped on me. Never in my life did I think that was gonna go the way it went down. Men have been taught by other men. We've heard the stories of other men that any situation dealing with police, because of the interpretation of what may be going on, because of any racial prejudice that they may have, they will overexert their authority for their own safety. That's one. So that's one thing we have against us as a black man. All men are scared of black men physically. They look at us as the physically more dominant. So if I don't subdue him in a way, he might change his mind and whoop my ass, and I'm not going to win. So they're going to embarrass us by putting cuffs on us. That's one thing that can happen if you call the police. The other thing, and I think I'm drawing a blank now, the other thing that can happen with it, fellas, help me out. There's something that's happened to you when you call the police. Shit. No, I felt like that was disingenuous. That shit doesn't go our way. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the other thing that can happen. Most cops, and in the situation where they took my roommate, the cop called him by his cell phone a few days later, and me, because I was on the report too, as the witness, to apologize to us because taking him is just something he had to do.
Absolutely.
He said, if I don't take you,
in some jurisdictions, it's automatic.
If I don't take you and I'm wrong, and you whoop her ass and you kill her, that looks bad on me. If I don't take you and I got the story wrong and I didn't protect the woman and you stomp her out and break her neck, that looks bad on the department. That looks bad on. That's what men are up against when we call the police.
Trigger, you know why that is? That's a liability thing. I always say if people want things to change in the police department, you got to sue the police department. That's the only way, because they don't want to be liable for anything. So what that is that's a liability thing. So the reason why in a lot of jurisdictions, if they go to a DV, the man's automatically going.
Absolutely.
Automatically. And that's why I said, if you're going to go anyway, you might as well get your money's worth, because you're going to go regardless. Right? And that's a lot of, I didn't realize it was as many as it is. It's a ton of jurisdictions that no matter what the situation is, the man is either going to jail or he's being removed from the home, even if it's his own home. There are guys who, that is his house. He owns the home, and they will kick him out of his own home.
But to say you might as well get your money's worth is to say you're advocating for
everybody going to meet God. You kick me out of my own house, I'm not doing it. Everybody meet God at that point. This is my house. I don't even use this accent.
Right.
You want me to leave my house? Hey, I'll be right back. Everybody.
No, listen, Trey is right, bro. Listen, police do not know the term, for whatever reason. Police do not know the term mutual combat. Right? They just act like that term don't exist, right? It's like even when Diddy was trying to talk about my last two situations, right? The thing that you don't realize, remember when we said if the woman strikes the man, should the man hit the woman back? And she said, no, he shouldn't meet her force with his force, right? So even if he hits her with the same amount of force that she hits him with, not more, right? Not trying to do it, but the same amount, I'm bitting you right back, right? No, that's not good enough. Meanwhile, they will say, no, a man shouldn't hit a woman because you don't know how strong you are. And you don't know how much damage you can do. And yet somehow it doesn't register to them. Maybe this is the same reason why I shouldn't be hitting my fucking child, because I'm bigger than them and I'm stronger than them. No, they're going to argue.
Children don't deserve discipline.
You think women don't?
What you're advocating for?
You think women don't?
So do you feel like children should not? Well, I'm not a fan of gentle parenting.
The biggest children on the planet.
So you're gonna beat the shit out your kids.
So you would beat a child, but you don't see how insane that sounds. Absolutely, but let's say I agree with you, but you don't see how insane that sounds. You think that it makes sense for a child whose bones is still developing, whose brain functions is still developing, to be hit on and beat on, but you can't see how an adult could require the same treatment? Is that really the argument that you're making here today as a sentient intellectual being?
Well, there's a difference between children and adults, aren't there?
Right.
So but you expect adults to have a certain amount of mental capacity and responsibility at a certain point.
Absolutely.
So with that being said,
hold on, y'all.
Why
Trey, let them have a conversation. Stay in the box, Trey.
A grown person. Why do you feel like there's a need to render discipline to a grown person just as there is to render discipline to a child, when we have established that children and adults are two different entities with two different capacities?
Absolutely. So here's what we're talking about right now, right? You said there's a difference between a child and adult. I already described that difference. The difference is the child's bones is still developing and their brain functions are still developing, and yet you think it's okay to beat on them, right?
Yes, because if you cannot sit up here, because the difference, because you can talk to an adult and their mental capacity is going to be able to process why you're saying don't do what I said do. Don't do whatever whatever this rule is. They'll understand because they're an adult. But a child might not understand what the rule is or why the rule is in place. The child just views the rule as restrictive. So sometimes, because the child doesn't understand the bigger picture of why this rule is in place,
they need to be beat on.
By physical, it's a physical reminder that's put into place with children.
Yeah. So let's say I concede to that. Fine, no problem. So Trey was in a situation where he was with a woman who knew he had military tactical training and also was a police officer. She was adult. She understood the rules, and yet she still made the decision to go against the rules. So we could say she was acting like a child, correct?
That's very childish.
Why did she hit him? Because he never went into that.
let's say wait. Let's say he did something wrong, but she still broke the rules, so she was acting like a child. This is your logic. I'm only using your logic. I'm not using mine right now. This is what you just said. They understand the rules.
Hit him. She said if she hit him, then she disciplined him as if he was the child. So she felt like he was acting like a child. That's why she hit him.
Cool. So since she broke the rules, she was acting like a child. This is your logic. You just said it.
That's not my logic. He broke the rules, so he got beat. If he's the one getting beat,
wait.
Then he broke the rule.
Cool. I'm giving you that.
Because children get beat for breaking the rules. So if he got beat, he broke the rule.
Got you. I'm giving you that. Now, there's a discussion. What I'm saying is erase Trigger Mike from the conversation and let's discuss her. In her case, she broke the rules, the laws of the land. So she was behaving like a child, correct? According to your logic, children break the rules. That's why they're children. That's why they deserve physical discipline. She broke the rules like a child. Doesn't she deserve physical discipline?
There is physical discipline called jail.
Really?
That is physical discipline. They physically put you in a boundary that they say you cannot physically leave this domain until we say you can leave this domain, and you will do what we say do while you here.
Absolutely. So you would be okay with a parent putting a child like in the closet and saying you can't come out until you ready
people
to
punish
do what
their children and people ground their children and say you can't go outside, you can't, you going to school and coming home, ain't go outside, ain't no extracurricular activities all the time.
Absolutely. Thank you for highlighting that you don't have to be the child. Thank you. I appreciate
you
that.
Don't. But
I'm on that team. I'm looking at it.
I know you are, Trick. I know you are, Trick.
You keep that shit to yourself.
Some children you do. There are some children
have a question.
because there are some children that little gentle parenting shit not gonna work.
Can anybody else sense that podcast got his ass whooped a lot when he was a kid and he mad at his mama? Can we just get that out on the?
No. But
that's not it. I learned my own lesson with that. I tell the story all the time. When my son was 4, I whipped him for throwing his Xbox controller after I had asked him twice not to. Because I always told him I would never whoop you for nothing that you actually do. I will only whip you if you disobey me, because that could cost you your life in some situation.
Yeah.
But then I realized I was the one who taught him how to throw controllers every time I lost a game. He saw me stomp out my Xbox, throw him out of 3rd floor windows when I lost. So I'm finna beat you for some shit you learned from me, and I haven't touched him since then. He's 18 now. And guess what? I didn't need to touch him again.
Well, my kids be doing
that's required me to touch them.
My kids be doing shit that I didn't fucking teach them, and I'm going.
So how do we explain that? He hasn't done anything in 14 years that required me to touch him. He's a black child.
Reason, man.
That is
within reason. Because you fucking parents be fucked up, and you want to take accountability for the shit that y'all teach your kids or allow them to learn on your watch. That's the point.
In your scenario, you were very accountable for not hitting them anymore for some shit you taught them. That was very introspective. But who else? Who has a question?
I have a question for. I have a question for the lady. This is Trey Fur.
Trey, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question.
Hold on real quick. Didi, let me know if it feels like we beating up on you or you're good. You good?
No.
I'm absolutely fine.
All right,
no, I'm not gonna beat up on her.
Of course, she's fine.
I'm not gonna beat up on her because she did.
That's all right. She's perfectly fine. What are you talking about?
Even though she didn't answer my question the other day, and she just left it blank. She didn't. So, who is the biggest perpetrator of abuse in America? Who's the largest perpetrator? Who will conduct abuse on a child, adult, anybody?
Cricket Wireless.
Okay, it's a woman. A woman is the biggest perpetrator of abuse on a child, because a lot of women, when they get to that emotional level where they uncontrolled, they just lash out and they will just beat a child just furiously. There is a small group of men that will do that, but in large numbers, a man who is a father to his child, he's not just going to whip him just because the child didn't listen. He's going to teach that child a lesson in that process. And like Beans just said, at a certain point, when a child reaches a certain age, you won't even have to whoop the child anymore. And I'm sure the guys that have children and they are active in their lives, I can guarantee you that when a child got to a certain age, close to teenage years, they didn't even have to whoop a child because that child was already trained and conditioned to understand that if I do something, I will be punished. But in a lot of single women homes, they don't get that level of understanding because those boys that grew up with y'all favorite crackhead mamas, they were abused. You ain't shit. Da da da. The mothers allowed the sisters. You ain't shit. Da da da. So now these guys are out here dating y'all, and they understand that y'all don't really think that they are valuable at all. Y'all treat them like shit, and that's just where we are today. Now the problem is, how do we fix it? And this is an easy fix to me. A lot of you women get overwhelmed when a boy turns 12 or 13. When his scrotum sac separates from his body, he's no longer listening to you. That's why they don't want to hug you, because they want to hug the girl with the big cleavage showing on the social media. You know, they want to hug those girls. They smelling another scent. So
Trey, don't talk about my girl like that, Trey.
Sorry, which
Trey,
girl?
don't talk about my girl like
Trey,
that.
which girl they want to hug again?
Trey, you crossing the line, Trey. Trey, you crossing the line. Don't talk about my girl like that.
The girl with that 6-inch cleavage, you know, with the poppers popping.
Yeah,
but I'll say this: an easy fix, especially for the boys, and this is how you can help your sons out. When he gets to that age, and you say you know the father, you have some type of relationship, or the father's not in the child's life. If he's a good guy, he just broke your heart, but he moved on, got a girl, he settled down, give him to his father. And if you don't have a father like that, or the father's in prison or whatever the case may be, find a righteous man, someone who wants nothing from you, and allow him to spend some time with him over the weekend, a few days, to show him that, listen, because a man who's really about something, he's not even going to be speaking in the fact that, hey, if a woman puts her hands on you, beat her ass. But he will say, protect yourself. You got one time to really put your hands on a guy. And the guys your age, they're different. They're going to beat you down. And that's where you all go wrong at, because y'all go from the boy thinking that you can mistreat him the way that you can treat him as a man. And by that time, he's fed up. That's why y'all get the disrespect in the streets, because these guys are now not even allowing y'all to even go that same way y'all were 10, 15, 20 years ago. So a lot of boys, only thing they need, even the girls, give them to the father. Give them joint custody. Let him take him over to his house, to his hut, to his apartment, so the child can have a balance. Because all y'all women for the last 20 years are y'all just emotional wrecks. Y'all talk
already.
Well, I'm gonna land the plane. I'm gonna land it on that big runway you got out there with the hot beams on.
Come on, it's plenty
But
room. Come on.
So I'm just saying, if you want to fix it and you want to do something different, just allow that child to get a balance from a righteous guy. That's all.
All right, let me get these super chats real quick. BZ, formerly Baby Zaddy, $5. Real talk, the stigma of woman beater is effed up, and I don't think y'all know how effed up it is. Ladies, I hope you never really meet one. Me either. It's a terrible stigma to have. My man Billy Goat, Gruff, Beans, don't hurt him, Hammer. Ricky Webster, appreciate the love. Great show. Member for 17 months. We thank you. Thank you. All right, who hasn't gone on this? Hink, has you talked about?
No, I haven't. I need to say one thing because I got to cut out. Let Hink go next. I was going to just tell DV, you said this a couple of times and nobody jumped on it. You always go back to say, well, what did the guy do to deserve to get hit? You know, there was a man who said that about a woman who was DV, and he got suspended for 2 weeks from TV for even insinuating that she did anything that deserved to be hit. That was Stephen A. Smith. So every time you say that, you actually call these guys beaters, but you justify hitting people by saying exactly what you said.
I
You know,
ask for background. I don't think it's a problem with asking for background and context.
No. Wait a minute. You said, well, wait a minute.
Because everyone loves to present themselves as a beater when they were the aggressor. Everyone loves to present themselves as a victim, and when they were also describing themselves as the aggressor. So I'm asking for context, and it seems as if me just simply asking for context is being taken.
No, I hear you, Dee, but the point I'm making is we can't, when a woman gets DV'd, so to speak, a man generally can't even ask for context, even though we all know.
You guys constantly say she was running her mouth, so that was you giving the context.
No, I'm saying it depends on where you are and what your station is in life. You can't even ask that question because a man actually did that. He got suspended for his job for 2 weeks. But just saying,
I understand where you're coming from. I can understand where you're coming from. However,
it turns out
you guys constantly assume
but the real point is, let me just say this, and I'll end. The real point is that no matter what that person did, if it wasn't violent towards you, it doesn't deserve you ever putting your hands on. That's the real point, right?
Your counterparts disagree because they said that if they were disrespected and abused emotionally and verbally, that after a period of time that it was okay for them to physically retaliate.
I didn't hear one man.
These are the arguments that your peers were making.
I didn't hear nobody up here say exactly.
He old as hell. He's our elder. He's not our peer.
Anyway, but that's the only point I wanted to make. Hey, listen, it's been a good panel. And Dee Dee, you need to be on camera a little bit more, but cover up, baby. Cover up.
Wait, hold the hell up. Get your ass out of here. First of all, get out of here. We are just fine.
You be on camera more often. You do.
We are just fine.
Later. Everybody, good night.
Good night.
All right. Hank, you got something on it? You on mute, bro?
My bad. My thing is, man, look, the hell with these heifers. Call the goddamn police on roll the dice, as Trey says, whatever. Call the police on these crazy ass heifers and put on paper. And don't just call the police. Get EPO out on that. Double down on these heifers. I mean, yeah, I'm going to the full extent. You put hands on me, I'm going to the full extent, like I said. And I'm gonna tell Child Protective Service, come pick up your raggedy, snotty, no ass kids too. Fuck them bastards. I hope they send them to a goddamn home where they beat the shit out of them motherfuckers since you want to beat a motherfucker. Fuck you, and you're going to jail.
I can't disagree with that. That is the right course of action to do, Hank. I feel like you should protect yourself, and rather than you putting yourself at risk for getting in trouble, go ahead and get that EPO. You're right.
Then why you call me a beater then?
It was because you had agreed with some of the brothers earlier. You were nodding in agreement to one of the points that
man, you don't know what I was nodding at though. You just assume, and that's not cool.
Talking.
I don't care. You don't know what I was agreeing with. You don't know what I was nodding about.
If the whole conversation that he is presenting himself in the light of a beater and you're nodding in agreement, you left that open for interpretation. I don't have to do any further investigating when I say that's the vibe that you give. I don't have to.
Whoever was talking, that's what you was assuming.
If I make an observation that you were nodding in agreement when a potential abuser was making a point, I can interpret it how I want to interpret it. I would be a damn fool to dismiss it and give you benefit over doubt. I don't give niggas benefit over doubt. I don't. Never will.
Not one time I backed up your argument, sit there and say I would lay hands on a woman. Not one time.
Well, I appreciate you for clarifying, but however, brother, I did state in what I said, and I never said that you said anything. I said you nodded an agreement to some things. You can go ahead and say I wasn't going to stop in the middle of saying. So was I supposed to stop him and say, "Why are you nodding, Hank?"
Yeah, that's all you had to do. Instead of putting that body on me, I don't like that.
There was no opportunity for me to stop and say, "Oh, why are you nodding, Hank?" Come on now.
There was an opportunity. Before you said my name, there was an opportunity.
Sorry.
Hey, I don't need to do all of that. I heard you. We were all participating in the same conversation.
I got
you. Was nodding in agreement when the abusive talk was being spent. You were nodding. So my
I
nigga,
forgive
if
you,
I
man.
take it as that's how you was
I know.
agreeing
I
with
forgive
it,
you,
it is
man.
what it is.
I forgive you.
Trey, I
Well,
just
okay.
read here 1 out of 4 women are actually prosecuted for domestic violence cases. Is that true?
I don't know. I would have to look that up myself, but I do
1
know
out of 4
I do
women
know
are
for a fact
prosecuted
that
for domestic violence.
all of the cases that I testified on, she walked out the front door with me. I know that for a fact. I would go in and go testify, and when it was over, she was walking out the front door too.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I can't quantify that personally, but I do know for a fact that women are not prosecuted the same way as men in this country for the same exact crimes. They're not given the same length of punishment or jail time, and that's factual. You can look that up. So,
Well, what you can look up is that black women are actually giving much more harsher sentences once they kill their abusers than other women, other groups of women.
I mean, that's
good,
not common.
good. They should
The
be.
lead or abuser.
Come on, man. She still threw us under the bus.
I mean, look, it is what it is. It's Dee Dee's response. Dee Dee's response is typical of majority of women in this country, and where they feel like no matter what, their response is to any type of physical altercation, the man is always wrong. I saw it every night. No matter what she did, and even if I told her straight up and broke it down how she was wrong, the man's wrong. He's the one that's wrong. Well, he didn't have to do this to me. Well, he did that to you because you did this to him. Well, he didn't have to do it. It's always been that way. And for a lot of women, because I have a daughter, and I have to raise her to understand that you are putting yourself at a serious disadvantage if you decide to get into a physical altercation with a man. A serious disadvantage. And I can't come running to protect you if you started this mess. If you started this mess and you got the worst of it, you might be on your own. But at the end, at the end of the day, my job is to teach you to not engage into these type of altercations to begin with. And I'll tell guys all the time, listen, if you're gonna run these background checks are not only for them being involved in domestic violence cases, but you also need to be running them to see how many times she's called the police or somebody for a domestic violence case, because then more than likely she was the aggravator and then she called the police. She started it and then she called the police, thinking that, oh, if I can do something to a man and then I can call the police and they're automatically on my side, because that's the thought process that goes through women's heads. I called y'all so y'all hear from me. That's how they think.
I got a question for you, Trey. As an ex-police officer, we talked about restraint tonight, but we didn't really get into it. Dee Dee was saying restrain her. If I get an altercation with her and I do restrain her and I hold her while she's kicking and screaming and trying to, attack me physically, and some rookie cops get there, or some cops that really don't think like you, Trey, get there and see the bruises on her arms for where I was restraining her, I'm still getting arrested for domestic violence. Is that correct?
Probably more than likely, yes. Because what's going to show is they're going to show the bruising. Now, the bruising will be consistent with what you're saying, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're saying, listen, all I did was restrain her, right? And say you held her by her wrist, right?
Right.
And the bruising is around her wrist. It's going to be consistent with what your story is. But as I said to you guys before, it depends on what jurisdiction you're in. In some jurisdictions, the man is going regardless of his response,
right?
Regardless of what he did. He could have done nothing wrong. I have seen warrants go out for men who did absolutely nothing wrong, and they were arrested, and they had to go fight their case in court to explain, I didn't do anything wrong. It doesn't matter. The stigma's already on you. It's already on you now.
Well, what Dee Dee? I just want to hear her response from that. Even when you restrain them, you still go to jail.
Trey speculated a lot, and like he said,
he's a police officer. He's a police officer.
It's not always the case.
The speculator.
It is better for you to be able to fight your case off of restraint than to fight your case off of actually beating ass.
Okay, so Dee Dee, hold on.
You're
so
gonna potentially have a felony.
So Dee Dee,
if you beat ass to a certain extent.
Dee Dee, if you and I get into an argument in a physical altercation, and I go to restrain you, I really can't get my arms wrapped around your arms, but I can put you in the chokehold from the back and put you to sleep. Would you rather me do that?
No, because you know chokeholds can kill people.
No, I know what I'm doing. Is it okay for me to put you?
Black man, let me tell you what happens. What happens is these guys get into these altercations and you go to go restrain her, right?
Yeah.
And maybe you wrap her up. Maybe you put her in a bear hug, right? You hold her. Or maybe you hold her wrist down, right? Let me tell you what happens. The women start kicking you. They start kneeing you. Or they start to bite you.
Bite you.
Oh shit!
That's what happens. And I'm telling you, she can talk about speculation all she wants. I got case files with my name on them. I've testified in court behind this stuff. I'm telling you exactly what happens. So now we got a man who was involved in a domestic violence case. He's got a bite mark on him. And let me tell you what happens when a man gets bit. When a man gets bit, it infuriates him. It makes him more angry. So you go from being in a simple bear hug to getting some sort of wrestling body slam now down to the ground. It goes from you get kicked in the nuts. I've been kicked in the nuts. It's not fun. When you restrain a woman and she's kneeing you or she's kicking you. I arrested a woman who called the police one time, and after we arrested the man, she jumped on my back. There's no, y'all not thinking right in these situations. When you're already led by your emotions and your feelings to begin with, it's at a heightened level when you're in these DV situations. Y'all aren't all there, which is why in most cases we separate y'all and sit y'all down for about 5-10 minutes and give y'all a second to decompress for a minute. Because having a conversation with y'all, it's
Are you still an officer?
Work. No, I left.
I'm so glad because I hope no other women have to deal with you on the scene because you're gonna make sure bitches get their asses beat.
Damn.
You know what I find funny, Dee? I think you think you're being cute, and I think you think that the incendiary comments are effective. It's just making you look like an idiot the entire night.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately,
but all your own logic that makes you look like an idiot.
All night is show your inability to be confident.
All you've done is shown your inability
to be incompetent.
It is the ones who
it's just showing your incompetence the entire night. That's all you've done. That's all you've done.
You beat ass. I have not. You have beat ass. Everybody that's very
so have you.
Is the ones who have beat ass. I'm not lying.
The pot calling the kettle.
Oh, have you?
The pot calling the kettle.
Yeah, you're the power.
Hey, you know exactly what it's like.
I told you. I said it take an ass beater to recognize a fellow ass beater.
So you
absolutely. I spotted that shit.
So you're saying that
But what you have to understand is this, baby. I'm from Portsmouth. I come from a very, very rough area. I'm from Portsmouth.
That ain't got nothing to do with it. That's
I'm from DC.
What got to do with anything?
I'm from DC.
So that's why I can easily spot this shit.
What, DD? That's an excuse. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you from. It doesn't matter.
Did y'all not hear earlier when she was directly asked if a woman square punches a man, should he hit her back? And she said no. Nothing after that is supposed to be
I did say something after that. I said
right?
restrain her. So don't lie, because I said you could restrain her. So don't lie on me,
motherfucker. What did I just say? You said
she said nothing after that.
I didn't say you said nothing. I said you said no.
Stop fucking lying. You should Mike run the tape back because he just said you said nothing after that.
He said no.
No.
You said no. We asked you if she hits you.
And
should you hit her?
Just let her talk.
Nothing after
that. Just let her talk.
I get you. I get it.
No.
Yes or no? Did you say yes or no?
You just said she said no. She said nothing after that. I did not say no and nothing after that. I said no, he should restrain her. I didn't say no and nothing after that. So you're being disingenuous. Don't be a liar.
Damn.
Just let her talk, please. If you let her talk long enough, please, it will come out.
He said I said no and nothing after that. I said no, he should restrain her.
Right. So you
y'all do asses. Ain't nothing you can say about it.
So what you're saying is what you're saying is,
Dee, can I ask you a question? How many women have you restrained?
Okay, yeah, here we go.
How many women have you had to restrain in your life?
I've had to restrain quite a few women.
And how did it go? Did they calm down when you restrained them?
Wait, hold on, y'all. Time out. So, Dee, what I like to do,
respectfully, they did.
What I like to do a lot of times. I'm begging y'all, please, 1 second. I'm begging y'all, please, 1 second.
Go ahead.
Behind a good friend. Let me give you my stats. I carry the scar back today behind a good friend of mine being in a domestic violence situation, and she was antagonizing that man. And because I was there and I'm a little bigger, she thought she had backup to be able to whoop his ass. And I ended up trying to restrain her ass from running up on him. Like she ain't but a minute big. I tried to restrain her from running up on him. And to get to her, he yanks me and throws me up off of her to just he knows I'm only trying to restrain her.
Don't save her.
As he should.
But
So
he throws me up off of her just to be able to get to her. And I
would you have saved the heat? Would you have saved the heat? Exactly.
So Didi,
we don't save them hoes like that.
I would have called the police on your ass.
So Didi, this happens. Didi, hold on. This happens a lot, right?
I would take you as a threat,
this happens
man.
a lot, right? So you said
I don't know your intent. I'm calling the police on both of y'all.
Oh no, he knew my intent because he the one who told me to come over there to get her. He called me to come get her.
Absolutely. So Didi, here's the thing I want to say real quick. I want to see if you're willing to participate. You said that I said something specifically, right? You said that you said nothing after that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what I just want to know. Are you willing to bet some money that that's not what I said? Because people do this all the time.
I am willing to bet money that a few seconds ago.
Okay. So how much are we betting?
Money, absolutely.
How much are we betting?
That was a few seconds ago.
Okay, how much are we betting?
You can bet $5 if you want to.
Yeah, that ain't worth shit. She ain't got no confidence in what she believes.
No, let's bet $5. Let's bet.
$5. You gonna just pay for my little coffee in the morning.
The $5 proves that you're not that confident about it.
Yeah, she ain't confident, baby. She ain't confident.
You gonna give me my coffee in the morning, baby? Go on, give me my coffee in the morning. Run it back.
Okay, well let's just make it 25.
You can make it 25 if you want to. Then you just paying for my lunch.
Nah, think about it. That was a long ass pause, bro.
That was a long ass pause.
Absolutely.
Think about it.
You can run it back.
Come on, y'all. 1 second. It's not gonna
run
take
it back.
Okay, so we're betting $25. We can shake on it. We can shake on it. It's a shake, $25 bet. Okay. So if you want to run the tape back, we can, but I can tell you what I said if you're willing to trust me. No? Okay, let's run the tape back.
No, I don't trust you.
I don't.
Run the tape back. Goddamn. What?
Let's run it. Yeah.
My ass ain't paying attention. Hold on. God damn it.
It's not even that.
I mean, but the thing about it is, BMU just brought up how I talked about restraining the woman.
Absolutely.
Wait, so was this in the box?
Even more proof that I said further things rather than just.
There go right there for you. There go right there for you, Trigger Mike.
God damn, you had this shit queued up. He was ready.
Absolutely, he wasn't that far back, and I know. I know what I'm like.
Why you not making your coffee at home?
I remember what I said. You ready? Okay, here we go. So before we play the video, let's remind everybody what she said. I said was when we asked her if a woman punches you square in the face, I said that she said no and nothing after that.
That's
correct?
What you said.
Okay, cool.
Let me get off.
Did y'all not hear earlier when she was directly asked if a woman square punches a man, should he hit her back? And she said no. Nothing after that is supposed to be surprising. I did say something after that. I said restrain her. So nothing after that is supposed to be surprising.
He got your ass. He got your ass. Get the cash out.
Nothing after that is supposed to be surprising, is what I said.
Okay, and you also heard that you were interrupted by over talkers, right? So I didn't hear that part about the supposed to be surprising. Play it back again, because again, you were interrupted even when you said that. Was you not interrupted when you said that?
It ain't gonna get you out of this.
What point does that
prove?
Were you
not interrupted? Were you not interrupted? Was people not over talking you when you said that?
Let's listen to it.
She hit her back and she said no. Nothing after that is supposed to be surprising. I did say something after that. I said restrain her. So the person who was interrupting me was you,
because you were hearing what you wanted to hear. You weren't even allowing me to finish my sentence, which is why you misheard. So again, it's all on you.
You might have to run
And
them
then you
goddamn
lied and said that you
duckets.
heard something that you didn't hear.
You
He
gonna have to run.
said nothing
And that's what
after.
women do when the
The thing
police
about
come.
it is this.
Make up shit.
Because he still is presenting it as
You
if
took
I
the bet.
said that nothing. But let's
You took
not
the bet.
be
Send the
disingenuous
25,
because
ma'am.
Beans, you know, Beans, you are still presenting this
Send
as
the
if I
25,
said.
ma'am.
No, wait a minute. Wait, no, because y'all are still presenting this as if I gave no solution to what a man was supposed to have done.
But that's not our bet.
Just
So I don't
because
care
I
about
said
that.
that you're not supposed to return the same exact force does not mean
Really,
that
but-
I
but
didn't
that-
say that you're supposed to do anything.
Absolutely, but that's not our bet. Our bet is that I said that you said nothing after that. When I was literally talking to the fellas and telling them that nothing that you said after that should have been a surprise. So you lost the bet.
Send that 25.
Tell them,
That's fine.
bring me
I
my
send you
money.
the funky ass $25.
Cash App is
I
on the screen.
misheard you. However,
Since you lost
I
them
send
on
you
Go
the
ahead,
little
drop that
funky ass
cash app.
$25. But the
Cash
thing
App is
is
on the
this.
screen right here.
Let's not
Drop
act
that
like
send it
I
back
did
check.
not bring up.
The Cash App is his name.
Like
Look.
I did not bring up other
Is that
ways
is
that
is
man
that
could
is
defend
that
himself.
technically a week's worth of coffee that you about to give up? $5 a cup.
Not where I buy coffee. Coffee expensive over here.
Y'all coffee.
Hey,
Bottom
DD.
Y'all
Hey,
rich.
if you look at the Cash App, it's
Black Rock
Cash
Coffee,
App right at the
Mexican
bottom.
local.
Tell her put it in the chat.
EMERGE. It's right there, baby. Look, you can see it.
Put it.
It's on
No,
his
I
name.
can't see it. Put it in the private chat.
Okay, put it in the private chat. We want to make sure you get it before we get off tonight.
Yeah.
Put it in the private chat. I got you.
It's back there.
She's a man beater.
Can you
and
say
she's
these words? Didi, can you say these words? I was wrong.
Yeah.
You want her to lose all her teeth tonight?
I misheard him.
No. I was wrong.
No.
That's good enough. I'll take that. I know you ain't gonna take it straight.
I was wrong. Bring your ass on cam.
I want to hear you in your best
Bring your ass on
voice.
cam.
I apologize.
Bring your
I
ass
want to
on
hear,
cam.
Didi.
I apologize.
No.
I'm about to send the money.
I was
I
wrong.
was wrong.
I was wrong.
No, you get the floor.
No.
Fuck y'all.
You
I'm
ain't
never gonna say
shit.
I was wrong.
You
Fuck
ain't
that.
shit.
No.
I know that's right.
Nope.
I know that's
I
right.
could never be
Damn.
wrong.
Hey,
No.
hey, y'all notice she lowering the camera because she's like,
Why
I'm
you
trying
lowering
to
the camera
distract
like
y'all.
that?
I'm trying to distract y'all with something else.
She trying to
You asked for
distract
an
us.
apology.
You tried to distract us with your titties.
I'm still waiting on mine. Where my apology at?
Watch out, boy. She
Take the 25 out the titties and give it to my boy. We ain't worry about them titties.
She's a man. He's
I'd rather hear I was wrong. Can I? I want to hear. I was
Yeah,
wrong.
we damn them titties.
Damn,
We
boy.
want
You know they're gonna lose all
$25.
their teeth if they say they were wrong, bro. Big Ant, $10. For once, I agree with Beans on this point that we got to be quiet and let a fool be a fool. Man,
My lord.
Ugh.
His mama a fool.
I don't think. No. I disagree with that word.
You know what?
Fool.
I'm actually disappointed.
I'm disappointed in that. I don't like that.
And DD, man, you could be
We
something
cannot.
great, man.
No, guys, hold on.
I can't trust nothing you say because
I'm saying DD wasn't a man beater.
Hold on, y'all.
I can't trust nothing you say because your girl just
Trey,
had a baby.
my little brother, I'm gonna enjoy you, bro.
You seeing titties on the screen
You're my
right now?
little
You
brother. I'm
going
gonna
crazy
enjoy you.
because your girl just had a baby, so you ain't getting none right now.
You know, I'm a little disappointed because we had a topic that was uniquely tailored to provide balance, and more women didn't come up. I don't know. Y'all asked for these topics, ladies. Y'all want us to expound on it. Y'all want to talk about it. You know, men are naturally going to have their side, right?
Trey,
So
I love you, right?
We're going to talk about the experience of men. We opened it up for a whole panel. There were women in the chat, so y'all could give the experience of women, and y'all still didn't show up. I'm disappointed. We wanted more balance on the panel. We wanted more accounts, more situations. We had tons of well-worded questions for you to tell your side of the story, and ladies didn't come up.
But you just answered that. You just said that you wanted a well-balanced panel. They cannot provide you that. You're not gonna have a panel full of women come up here and talk about how women make mistakes and what the women do wrong. Like, this is what I would just always tell women on my panels. If you come on the panel and we're having a discussion and we're saying, man, women do this and women do that, I don't want you to come up there and say, well, what about the men? I want you to come up there and explain why the women do what they do so that we can have a certain level of understanding, because understanding is requisite of empathy. So this empathy and this emotional intelligence that you want from men, that's only going to come with a certain level of understanding. And in those conversations, in order to gather that understanding, you have to be willing to be vulnerable, and you have to be willing to express the truth about why women do and say the things that they say without blaming the men for it. And that's all a panel full of women would have done in a conversation about DV.
Right.
It's talking about how men are violent and women are victims. There would be no balance.
And another thing the men need to do as well is that we need to hold each other accountable. We can't allow no pussy and no titties to distract us from the goddamn conversation.
That's
because
never gonna
titties, we could. I'm just saying.
You let Marvel distract you from the conversation, so I'm not trying to hear that bullshit.
First of all,
Like,
I don't give a fuck. Listen. I'm just saying what it is. The men, the fall of man has been pussy. It's been wars. Motherfuckers have died over pussy and titties. Let's just be fucking real. What I'm saying is, instead of us entertaining these women that turn cartwheels, throw their titties between their legs and squirt milk in judges' faces, we need to be concentrating on what the fucking conversation is. The conversation is simple. It is what it is. We have to have a conversation. And most women, like tonight, this woman got a pair of titties that make you want to stand from bed for buttermilk. Ass probably like but she'll get up on the stage and she lowered that camera and everybody on the goddamn panel dropped their eyes, and damn, what was we talking about a few minutes ago?
Well, hold on. I will say this. I do want to say this one thing.
But I still knew what I was talking about.
I think. Listen, I think I would be. I think the word is remiss, right? I think I would be remiss if I didn't say this, right? So, one, any woman with titties that big ain't got no ass. But here's the truth.
Wendy Williams.
Oh no! I'm just joking.
Wait.
That ain't what I really want to say. What I really want to say was this.
99% of the time, that shit is true though.
That is true though.
Absolutely, but I was just joking. But DB, what I really want to say was this though. Last night on Fight Club, this guy bet me $50 about the definition of median, right, as it pertains to income and what it means, and he was dead ass wrong. And for an hour, this dude would not concede. You had Aaron O, Cheeky, Angry Man, Uncle T, even Jeff Brown. We don't even like each other. And he was saying, "Yo, the dude gave you two different sources from government websites. You're wrong," and he was right. And he didn't want to pay all night long. He didn't want to pay, and you paid immediately. So salute to you. I got nothing but respect for you here on out. And thank you for stop beating on men, and also thank you for showing off the girls.
Anytime.
Yeah, you can shoot dice with me anytime.
Didi, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting on I was wrong.
Straight up.
I'm still waiting on it. I was wrong.
We ain't getting that.
But this is one thing. This is one thing that you guys.
No more need to make us. That's what damn true.
This is one thing. This is one thing that men have to
out here wishing upon a star and shit. That shit
God created a man.
No, Didi gonna give me what I want.
Like a retired ass.
She gonna give me what I want.
Hey Trey, you want to bet $25? She ain't gonna never say it.
But this is what I'm trying to say. God created a man. I made a woman to entertain us.
I think you'd have made enough money tonight.
Go ahead, Ike, because we're about to close it out. Go ahead, Ike.
Yeah, you see, God created a man, right? And created women to entertain us. You see what I'm saying? So, but the one thing that I gotta say is this: Didi, you are exceptional.
Are you caught up on the titties? What you stuttering for?
Caught up on the titties? Damn.
No, she's exceptional among most women.
You said I would tear that ass up, okay?
Oh,
I would put you over a goat skin. I would drop her over a goat skin and beat that ass up.
You are 100% correct, black man.
I know it, you motherfucker. I lay her on goat skin and tear that ass up.
I'm an African man, bro.
Y'all crazy, boy. Y'all crazy.
Yeah, but check this out, right? We have a lot of women in the chat that don't ever show up, right? But she's the one that is persistent, constant, and also I would say she's persistent.
She show up. This is the first time she's showing her face, right? Or the
You left
second
out
time. But she
annoying.
show up. She hold to herself. She hold to her own, and then she stays her mind, but also understanding that at the end of the day, men require women that will conform to the man. We as men are not going to conform to women. I just want every woman in the chat to understand that there is a reason why most women are unmarried and almost half of the men are married. Look at this panel right here. Most men in this panel are married. Most some men in the chat room are married, but almost 85% of the women, both on the panel and off the panel, are either divorced or married. There is a reason for that. The reason is because men believe in interrelationship, and they believe in it, and they hold firm to it, and they believe that family is the ultimate goal. All we want our women to understand and to do is this: don't fight a black man. Don't do that. Understand that there is no way you can move forward in this life without a black man. A white man don't want you and will not protect you. A black man don't even want a white woman. The reason why some of us,
you crazy?
I'm heading somewhere. Excuse me, guys. I'm heading somewhere.
That's what a piece said.
The reason why some of us end up with white women is because the black woman is so stubborn to deal with. So we seek alternative. Trigger Mike, remember, when the desirable is not available, the available.
Somebody say you whispering because you don't want your wife to hear you. You can.
I like that.
All right, yeah, that's bars right there.
You
All
guys,
right, we're gonna get out of here before I go cross-eyed looking at these two Chumbawambas in my face.
Didi, one more chance, Didi. One more chance. I was wrong.
You might as well send Beans his money and stop playing with that man.
Wow. Have you ever said that to a man?
I can't recall.
Damn. How old are you? How old are you?
35.
In 35
That's
years,
a
you
damn
never
shame.
said you wrong. You need to go sit on somebody's couch.
I'm a Capricorn, so most of the time I'm not wrong.
I don't give a damn about the stars.
You know what? Didi, I've never agreed with you.
A Capricorn.
But I agree with you now because I also am a Capricorn and we're never wrong.
Now you sound like candy corn right now because you're not saying you're wrong.
But you wrong though.
Shout out to all y'all ass.
I may be in error, but I'm not wrong.
Shout out to all y'all.
Ain't an error. You know what? You sneaky.
Black man over here. All right, y'all. Catch y'all next time, man. We out. Trigger Mike Show. Appreciate Trey. Fucking Beans. Trey Ferg. We out. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Be on tomorrow night. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Damn, this was a good one, y'all. Peace. Thank y'all for all the super chats, all the support. We'll do another Trigger Mike late night. I got to work tomorrow. So, yeah, man, this is a serious topic. Try to keep it balanced, but I really do encourage the ladies to come up just to have the conversation. You don't have to talk about anything personal to you. You don't have to talk about things that happen, but try to be as objective as you can, or just give a story about what you think. Put your thoughts out there so we can iron it out. As you can see, the women can hold their own. Didi comes up here, she talks, she contributes, and all of that to the show. Y'all can do the same thing. All right. Y'all have the wherewithal. Y'all got the knowledge to fight back and put words together to explain your points. And I encourage you to do so. I mean, I don't even got to protect you. The men don't really beat up on y'all. They just attack your point. They're not really attacking you. So yeah, whenever we have these type of topics, I encourage the women to come up and dialogue with us. I appreciate everybody that participated in the chat. And yeah, we out. We'll be back tomorrow night with another Trigger Mike late night. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley. The link is down in the description. Share this one out to everybody so they can leave comments. And send a super thanks in the comments as well if you want to support the Trigger Mike Show and the Lapeef Network for all the great content we be putting out here. All right. And let us know who you want to see on this network if there's anybody that you like. All right, y'all. We out.